Hello, everybody. Hello, Magistrate Ironlung, Taja Daleen, Aerith Winterfell, Steel Bulwark, and Death Said. Welcome, welcome. Sounded like I said Death Said rather than Death's Head. I'm sorry if So, first of all, I'm very sorry about how late I am. I started a conversation about something that I was thinking that I might bring up here on the stream. I still might, but if I do, it'll likely be at the end. And I knew this conversation might, dip into stream time, but I didn't think it would dip that much into stream time. And to be honest, I'm quite shaken and emotional from that conversation, so I apologize for being late, and I apologize if I'm a bit out of sorts or off kilter. Hello, Marks. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Ghoulish Misfit. Okie dokie. So, if you are new here, here is how it works. Every week, we have a prompt of some sort that is voted on by supporters, Wait, did I mess that up? That is submitted by supporters and voted on by the people who wrote something last week or did at least 2 reviews the previous week. And then 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed. They'll be read no matter what. And the other 4 are encores. They can be unlocked through cheering. So you have 4 moths around the screen here, and it goes counterclockwise. Bottom one is once it's all filled up, then you've got the encore 1, then 2, then 3, then over there is 4. And you will know that a moth is filled up when the bubbles are coming out of the antennae. Thanks, Deathside. I appreciate that. So, how to be a guaranteed person. If you would like to be guaranteed... Oh, I was gonna change them and I forgot. Thank you for your nice big example, Marks. Why did that sound like a euphemism? Like your nice big butt, your nice big example. Your example of cheering by cheering a nice big amount of bits. I appreciate it. Where did the moth go? Oh, it's over there. It's over there, I think, because I had the kitties in their coffin over there before. I appreciate it. Okay, so, to be a guaranteed person. So, first of all, before you're a guaranteed person, your caterpillar stage, before you go into the cocoon of guaranteedness, is the $3 a month bookworm tier. You get access to the secret supporter chat, you can submit prompts, and you can submit 2 submissions to the writing group, the forum. And then you get some emojis. Then for the $5 a month tier, now is your cocoon of guaranteedness. You will be in the guaranteed section if you are on stream, provided that there are no hiccups and issues with there being not enough generals. And then there you can submit 3 submissions, and you can submit 6-word prompts instead of just 5. Then the transformed one, the $10 a month tier, gives you access to all those things. You can submit 4 submissions. You can submit 7-word prompts. And the first prompt that you submit to the secret supporter chat goes directly to the poll, provided there are no issues with it. And then you can also have a universe tag for your ongoing universe if you so want, but you do have to tag me or DM me to get that. The Cocoon and Silk and Transformed One tiers are also on Twitch. They have the same perks. I cannot believe that I never thought of that comparison in that way before. That you're not guaranteed yet because you're the caterpillar. But you go into your cocoon and now you're the fully fledged guaranteed person. Gotta eat them words before you can metamorphose, yes. Okie dokie. And I doubt that this will happen, but I guess I'll just say it, that, by the way, if we unlock Steel Bulwark Story, which is, oh yeah, I haven't, I skipped a step. Let me read you the list that's on your screen right now, and then I'll talk about that. For our guaranteeds this week, we have Marks, Death's Head, Decoy, and Darlene. Lots of D's. That was very, very fluid to say. And we have another D in the encore section with Drago. Then Stardust Fair, Ashikon, and Spectre. Thank you so much to everyone for reviewing or submitting when I asked you to. Special thanks to Drago and Stardust Fair. You guys really came in clutch at the end there, so I really appreciate you guys doing that so that we would have enough stories for the stream. And so I was gonna say, FYI, if we unlock Ashikon's story real fast, I will read Ashikon's first, because Ashikon just said that they gotta go in 30 minutes, but I that doesn't usually happen, so I doubt that will occur, but just throwing it out there. That was fast. What was fast? That you got into the guaranteeds or something? What am I doing? I need to be over here. Thank you for the cheers, Steel Bulwark. Really appreciate that. Maybe I'll give you a sec to see if you guys want to take me up on my offer before I whoa, I just totally lost my train of thought. Oh, before I start reading Marks' story, because if I read Marks' story, that will go beyond 30 minutes. No, the first unlocked story. Oh, yes, that we have already unlocked Drago's, which is awesome. Really appreciate that. I have two kitties. Nobody's in the coffin right now, but they're next to it. Which probably sounds really weird if you haven't been following the streams, but for the Halloween merch is on the shelves, and I saw a bed that looks like a coffin, and I immediately fell in love with it, and it was like just the right layout that I was like, I think my cats would like this, and sure enough, they love it. I've been showing it off on the stream a lot. I'm just happy to be here, says Steel Bulwark. Fair enough, fair enough. Alright, doesn't appear like I'll be taken up on my offer, so I think we will just start with Marks. And turning on the fan. Gotta start with that. Same up, I don't fall asleep before my story's read. Oh, do we need to do you first? Because I can easily switch you to first, because you're already guaranteed. Let's do that. Are you okay with that, Mark? So I should have asked that earlier, but are you okay with switching with Darlene? Or not switching, but, you know, Darlene going ahead of you? We've unlocked all the level 1 emotes. I'll just try to stay awake. But I don't want you to force yourselves to lose sleep when I could easily move you to the beginning. Mark says it's all good either way. Okay, yes. Let's do you first. Let's not make you try and force yourself to stay awake. Okie dokie. I don't think I've said, but the prompt for this week is Beauty is the Beast. Not Beauty and the Beast. Beauty is the Beast. I absolutely love this prompt. I don't think I should do it right now because we were super late, but I actually have started thinking that I should probably start the streams by reading the prompt intro. Because I think that would really, like, especially, because I feel like a lot of people don't read them, and I work real hard on them, and I feel like that would be a great way, A, to feel like my hard work is paying off a little bit, and B, to just kind of get you in the mood for the prompt and be like, oh, okay, here's all the things you could do with it. Now let's see what people actually did with it. You know, that kind of thing. I don't think I should do it today, or if I do, I should do it at the end because it's longer than usual, and I'm already late, unless of course you guys really want me to. But yeah, that's a thing I'm throwing out there partially to remind myself next week. You could use that for your extended intros. What do you mean? I'm not sure I get it. It does sound like a good idea about reading the prompt intro. The ones we have to cut down? What's the connection here? You tried to do all the challenges I set up. Oh, that's awesome. That's the other thing, because, like, I usually, while I'm reading the stories, remember the challenges, but sometimes when I make it to stream, I'm not thinking about them, and that's a very worthy thing to talk about on stream, and so if I reread the prompt intro, that'll remind myself and everyone, oh yeah, there were challenges, so that myself or you guys can be like, you know, here's the challenge, or here's not the challenge, or whatever. I think that I just, like, moved Darlene to the top. We can revisit it when we finish Darlene, but I think now it's Darlene, Marks, you, and Decoy. And is Decoy's in England too. I feel like Decoy usually arrives in the second half, though. So hopefully that's a good time for Decoy, but we might have to move Decoy too. Fair enough, I think Marks has that problem too. Read the extended intro, including what we have to cut just because of the character limit. Oh yeah, good point, that it's like, here's the old version and here's the version I posted. That's a fair point, yeah. Okie dokie. So unless you guys really want me to read the Beauty and the Beast intro now, I will just read Darlene's story. I usually get some more inspiration by reading the challenge. That's good to hear. Good to hear. That is true. It is potentially a choice made. That is fair. Oh, Decoy is already here. Do you need to be moved up, Decoy? Do you need to be after Darlene? Oh, the little Caitlin. People haven't been using the Caitlin emotes. I kind of forgot I had them. It can be any time. Okay. Maybe you're a night owl. Alrighty, Root. Yeah, we should do that too. I think there's one waiting in the wings from a couple weeks ago for this week. But do remind me this coming week to, like, pull for stream questions. Okie dokie. The Black Butterfly by Taja Darlene. 310 words. The black butterfly is both one of the most beautiful and one of the most dangerous animals existing in the other world. Its shimmering wings sparkle in the light as if their black was made up of every color under the sun, with intricate markings that seem to hypnotize you if you stare at them for too long. And its elegant dance mesmerizes every person watching. No one can resist it. But be careful not to let it touch you, for it will infect you with goals you can't reach, curiosity you won't be able to satisfy, and the kind of love you will never have. The butterfly is pure longing, and once it kisses your soul, the stains won't ever come off. Especially if it is love you are infected with. Maybe you will fall for the one you cannot have, like the musician you can hardly meet, and so the feelings will never go anywhere, even if they are reciprocated. Or you will fall for the one you should have never fallen for, like a teacher or another form of caretaker, or that one coworker who is so close, always, but ever out of reach, never yours to have. Even if you can talk about anything, you feel like there's a deep connection and you would trust them with your life. You would do anything for them. But the longing won't go anywhere. And eventually, it will kill your soul. It will break you. And from those cracks that hurt so beautifully, new butterflies will emerge. The black butterfly is one of the worst predators in existence. So don't let one mesmerize you. Don't let the longing close. You will regret it, and have to live with those feelings for the rest of your life. Don't let it stain your soul. Please, just don't be like me. Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. Sorry, I had to cough in the middle. I felt the tickle in my throat, and I was like, maybe if I drink some water, it won't be too disruptive, and I won't have to cough, and it didn't get rid of it. I had to cough. Decoy, oh, I like this one, a heart. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Iron Lung, and Darlene says, thank you, I assume to Decoy. I really liked this one as well. I thought you did a fantastic job with this one. I'm trying to think if I should say this till the end or the beginning, but there's a couple things that the butterfly and its appearance like makes me think of. Maybe I'll do it first just while I'm thinking about it, but I might have to go downstairs for my iPad. Okay. Yeah, there we go. I just, well, I'll show you first. It reminds me of this moth that is called the Black Witch Moth. Oh, that's a really good picture, actually. I don't know how well you guys can see it. But can you see that it's, like, iridescent? Maybe I can copy image and put it in the, not-so-private chat. But yeah, this moth is called the Black Witch Moth, and it's not black like I think your butterfly is, but it does have black in the name. It is all iridescent. And then here's one where it looks kind of purpley and stuff. It's so cool. And then the other thing it makes me think of, which I may need to get my iPad for, so hang on. And then, okay, blanked out for a second there. Over here. Over there. Go to suits. Thank you for being new. Oh. That's not the greatest look at it. Can I go over here to get a better look at it? Yeah, that's better. Well, kind of. The other thing it reminds me of, oh, the glares might ruin it, but is this suit from Love, Nikki. If you can't tell, it is a black suit that is filled with, like, actually bursting fireworks. Let me see if I can get rid of the fireworks up front. Yeah, there you go. There's just the suit. Super pretty. I'm very I'm very happy I got that suit. It was very hard to get that dress. But anyways, and I know that that is not, like, by the way, even though this reminds me of both of those things, I'm not imagining either of those things. I am imagining a butterfly that is pure black, but, like, when its wings move a little bit, it looks, iridescent. So, anyways, but, like, it's always fun when stuff makes you think of other things. Great intro already. We're like, ooh, dangerous and beautiful. I'm into it. I'm interested to keep on reading. This is a good setup for a story, is a warning. It's kind of interesting regarding what we were talking about last week, because we were kind of talking about telly stories, like stories that aren't showing you like a scene of action, but rather like it's a character introspecting, or it's kind of a summary of events. Or something like that. And so this does fall under that category of it, of like, we're not seeing a scene of somebody being touched by the butterfly, we're just like hearing what happens if you get touched by a butterfly. But I think a warning like this is one of the best and like most interesting things that you can often do with that style of story, because that immediately creates some intrigue and some conflict of like, ooh, okay, like it's beautiful, it's dangerous, why shouldn't I touch it? You know, it creates questions, it draws you in. So I think that was a really great setup. Like I said, absolutely love the description. It's really, the thing I'm imagining is really pretty, and it makes me think of things that are also really pretty. I am curious because you say no one can resist it, but be careful not to let it touch you. That kind of sounds like you're saying absolutely no one can resist it. You see it, you're done. You're done. On the other, like, I'm not phrasing it well. It sounds like you're saying no one can resist it, but resist it, you know? And maybe that is the point, but I think that maybe what you meant is like, no one can resist its, like, mesmerization, but you can resist touching it. But because it's quite simply it, no one can resist it, it kind of sounds like no one can resist all of this. Not just being mesmerized by it, but also letting it touch you, you know? So I think maybe a rephrase of one or both of those lines would be helpful. And I do like that. That's actually kind of a unique thing that you say, like, it mesmerizes you, it hypnotizes you, and usually that alone is the thing, right? That it would just, like, open its wings, and the wings would have eyes, and, like, you're drawn into the eyes and mesmerized and stuff. I like that there's another step in this one, that you are mesmerized by it, but it does have to have a physical touch to infect you, basically. That's kind of neat. And I was very surprised at the abstractness, I guess, or the metaphysicalness of what it infects you with, but I absolutely love that, and I think that is a large part of what makes this story so cool, that you have this very concrete and interesting image of the beast that is the butterfly, but then you also have, like, I guess that is also the beast part, but then you also have, you know, the beast that's more like conceptual of what it infects you with. It doesn't infect you with poison or like, you know, turn you into a zombie or anything like that. It infects you with longing. I think that is really cool and really interesting. I like it a lot. And I really like all the options that you give. The goals you can't reach, curiosity won't be able to satisfy, and the kind of love you'll never have. And I kind of like that the phrasing is a little different on each of them. I think it keeps the sentence interesting. And they all are that same emotion of longing, but they're three very different, applications of it. And, I don't mind terribly that you only go into the love one, but it could have made the story richer to go into all three. If you had like three examples and one was for the goal, one was for the curiosity, and one was for the love. But I also recognize that this person is dealing with a loved one and feels like that's the worst one, and so it does also make sense that they're really going into the loved one. And the fan is not enough. I need to turn down the AC, so hold on. It told me it was on, and then I turned it down, and then it sounded like it turned off. Sir Conditioner of the Air Province, you good? Anyways, Butterflies, Pure Longing, I really like that. I actually quite like you just calling out exactly what it is, because maybe we could, like, draw that conclusion on our own of, like, this is longing, that's longing, and that's longing, but I think in this case it works very well to say, here's what it will do, and here's what it is, you know? Kisses your soul is such a great verb for that. I absolutely love that, and that is it really, like, I don't know if exemplifies the right word, but, like, exemplifies the piece as a whole. That the piece as a whole is like, this creature that's so delicate and so beautiful, but so horrifying. And so, like, wow, a kiss, how, like, gentle and delicate and beautiful. Your soul, the stains won't come off. Oh no, how horrible, you know? I think that works really well. And I like the stains imagery as well. Like, I can easily, like, just imagine that idea of a kiss that stains, and again, really goes along with the tone. So I feel like my biggest and kind of only critique for this piece here is that the piece is really good. I really like it, and for the most part, I think you did a great job with it. The only thing that trips me up a bit is the fact that, well, I guess aside from the, like, you can't resist but resist part, is the fact that the examples I don't really understand here. So, okay, especially with love you're infected with, alright, interesting. Maybe you'll fall for one you cannot have. Okay, that makes sense, like longing for something you cannot have, gotcha. Okay, let's go with a specific example. Like the musician you can hardly meet. Okay, like, so the feelings will never go anywhere. Alright, that makes sense. Like, yeah, it infects you with longing and you fall in love with a celebrity and you will never get to meet that celebrity, and even if you did, they probably wouldn't be in love with you. That totally makes sense. Even if the feelings are reciprocated. Well, wait a second. Sounds like we're good then. Like, it sounds like the whole point of the longing is that you can never be with them, that the feelings will never be reciprocated. That's kind of the point here. Is that you have the love, but for some reason that love will forever remain longing. And so the simplest explanation for that is that you can never be with them. And so either that means physically you won't be able to be with them, or like they just don't love you back. And so I don't really understand how it can be like, yeah, the celebrity, the musician, way far out of reach. And even if the feelings are reciprocated, you still don't have them. It's like, I feel like that's the definition of having them. And this, I have the same thought down here of like, even if you can talk about anything, okay, talking requires two parties, so it's not just you, it doesn't sound like that's just you jammering at their back and they're like, please shut up. You know, it sounds like you're both talking and you're able to talk to them about anything. You feel there's a deep connection. Granted, sure, someone could feel a deep connection to someone else and that not be reciprocated, but connection does require two parties, so that also does kind of sound like we're talking, we're connected, we both feel that the connection is deep. And, okay, this part is clearly, like, we don't know if it's double-sided, but more phrased as one-sided of you would trust them with your life. Okay, so we don't know if the other person would do that. You would do anything for them. We don't know if the other person would do that. But the longing won't go anywhere. Well, it sounds like you can talk to them about anything, and you have a deep connection. So, what's the issue? Why can't the longing go anywhere? It absolutely sounds like the longing not only can go somewhere, but already has gone somewhere. I'm kind of sitting here like, yeah, what's the problem? And then for this one, it's a little bit different, because, so you'll fall for the one you should have never fallen for, like a teacher or another form of caretaker. Okay, that makes sense. It's like, yeah, that's probably someone you shouldn't go after, especially if there's, like, an age difference, a student-teacher kind of thing. Probably not something you should do, so that totally makes sense as, like, a longing that you can't have. And then we have our third thing in the list, which is, like, the gut punch. Like, that's generally how it is with these kinds of lists, that it's like, okay, the third thing that you say should be the most powerful, the punchiest, especially if you explain it, especially if you give it more, which this does. And so it's like, or that one coworker who's so close always, but ever out of reach. And I'm like, I feel like those should be reversed. Because, like, granted, need to move the iPad, okay. Granted, this is not experience that I've had, and so I could be wrong about this, but I feel like people fall for and successfully get together with their coworkers all the time. And so it's like, okay, sure, like, maybe you won't be able to get together with your coworker, or there's, like, particularly strict rules in this office space, or you have really strong morals, and you're like, no, I would never get together with a coworker, or something like that. But that still feels like the wrong thing to have the gut punch of the last example. Like, that could work as a first example, but I'm not really feeling like, ooh, yeah, the teacher, totally out of reach. The caretaker, yeah, too risque. The coworker, it's like, feel like you could get together with Jeff if you wanted to. Like, it's okay, Sandra, And so, now granted, like, maybe reciprocation is not your, not your definition of, of this sort of thing, because, like, sure, there is an aspect of you can be right beside someone and still far away. That it can be, I am talking to them, but I still feel far away from them. I do have a deep connection, but I still don't feel like I can be with them. Like, I understand that it could be this extremely, like, and I know that probably is the point regardless of, like, it is this deep longing that will never be fulfilled. And so, even if you are talking with them, you do have that connection, the feelings are reciprocated, the longing is still there. And that is a really deep and interesting and sad, but cool for a story idea. But I don't really see that here. For me, I would need that said a little more directly like that, because just starting with, yeah, the celebrity you can't have, even if they're reciprocated, I'm like, even if they're reciprocated, sounds like fine. And then, like, yeah, even if, you can talk about anything, there's a deep connection, it won't go anywhere. It's like, sounds like it has gone somewhere. And so, what was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought. So it works, that idea of, like, even if you're right beside them, you still feel far away. Like, even if you're with them and your feelings are reciprocated, the longing is still present. That does work, I just need it to be a little more explicit, That it would need to be more about, like, you've fallen for a musician, but you can never be with them because they're always on tour, or because they're married to their music. And that could be a really interesting twist of that, if like, oh yeah, you fall for a musician you can't have. It's like, oh okay, yeah, that totally makes sense. Celebrity you can't have. Even if they're reciprocated, they'll always be on tour, or they'll be married to their music. It's like, oh, okay, so like this really is a deep longing. And again, you could use that language I used of like, even if you can talk about anything, you feel there's a deep connection. Sitting right beside them, you still feel like you're not with them. You know, something like that, I think would better clarify that idea, if that is in fact what you were going for. And another more nitpicky thing about that sentence, and that I think actually kind of exacerbates this, is that even if you can talk about anything, you feel like there's a deep connection, you would trust them with your life. The even if needs a shoe to drop. It needs to go, even if this, then this. Rather than like just, you can talk about anything. You feel there's a deep connection, you would trust them with your life. You would do anything for them. But the longing won't go anywhere. And so I think especially the fact that even if you do this and this and that, and you're waiting for that shoe to drop, I think that exacerbates that feeling of like, what's the problem? Like, sounds like things are good, you know? And if it was meant to be like, the feelings are reciprocated, but then you break up, that also was not clear, because again, all that said is they're reciprocated, all that said is that you can talk about anything, there's a deep connection. And so I do think, again, that would be something I would need to be stated more clearly. Like, even something as simple as like, even if they're reciprocated, they'll never last forever, you know, or they'll leave you sooner or later, or something like that. I think that would better convey like, oh hey, you get a taste of it, and finally your longing is fulfilled, and then they're gone. You know, and then you're back to longing again because of how the butterfly has infected you. It will never last. You know, that would work as well. It's the same thing of like, that also works, I just need it to be said in the story. So like, I definitely really like everything that you're going for here. I guess I just need, more, whatever you're going for, I think I like. I guess I just need it more explicit, if that makes sense. I really like this image here of, it will kill your soul, it will break you, and from those cracks that hurt so beautifully, new butterflies will emerge. Like, I like every part of that. Kill your soul is a really powerful phraseology there, that it's not just kill you, it's kill your soul. And so it's almost like you still go on, but there's no soul inside you, you know? That it's like, yeah, you're just like a zombie walking around, whether literally or figuratively. You know, your spirit has been killed by this longing. I think that's very powerful and works well. And it will break you is kind of a clarifying thing that is like, that also kind of means the same thing, that it's not trying to just murder you. It is trying to break your spirit. It's trying to break your spirit and kill your soul, and that makes it so much more terrifying. And I love the imagery of the cracks that hurt so beautifully. And that, I don't know if you exactly intended this, but it kind of seems like the longing itself is the beautiful beast, not just the butterfly itself. That the longing, like, it's, in some ways, it's a beautiful feeling to love someone, to have that curiosity, that goal, but it's beastly because, you know, it won't be reciprocated, or because even beside them you'll still feel far away, or because it will never last. Whatever it is, it will end in heartache, or just live on in heartache. And so that's a really interesting idea. And so Hurt So Beautifully, I feel like, summarizes that extremely well, of it hurts, but it's beautiful, you know? It's beastly, but it's beautiful. It's a terrible thing that I felt this longing, but there was beauty in there as well. And that's exactly what the butterfly is. And that, I think that also goes along with why I like that you say the butterfly is pure longing, because then that makes even more sense when you learn how new butterflies are created, is because the butterflies literally are and were your longing. That it creates in you this longing, which is itself. And so then when at least your soul is dead, if not you are dead, then more butterflies come out of your longing and infect other people, you know? And so I think that that's powerful and beautiful imagery. The black butterfly is one of the worst predators in existence. So I like this sentence, but I'm not sure if predator is the right word, and somebody else can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like parasite sounds a little more accurate, because it wasn't about food, seemingly. It wasn't about like, oh yes, tasty longing I get from humans. It was more of, I'm going to reproduce by creating more of myself in the humans. And so it seems like it is more like a parasite or a virus than it is a predator, if that makes sense. But regardless, that is a pretty terrifying image, and a good one that I think works really well. That it's like, already you're like, oh, that really sucks, that it makes you filled with that longing. But then when it's like, yeah, and then you will become more butterflies and infect more people, it's like, oh no, you know? So I do like the last bit of, you know, don't do it, you'll regret it, you know, you have to live with the feelings for the rest of your life. It does a little bit harken back to that, like, what do you mean don't let one mesmerize you? Because even if I can have the mental capacity not to touch it or not to let it touch me, it sounded like I could not resist it being mesmerized at the very least. So how do I not let one mesmerize me? It kind of feels like you told me all the consequences but no way to avoid them. It's like, oh yeah, if you meet a bear in the woods, it's going to, and then list all the horrible things it's going to do to you. So, you know, just don't encounter a bear. It's like, can you tell me if there's anything I can do if I do encounter a bear? You know, how do I stop this from happening? How do I stop myself from encountering a bear as well? And that is not, like, I just thought of that now. It's kind of a funny thing. That's not, like, a detriment to the story or anything like that. It's fine that it doesn't ultimately say, like, how to avoid it or anything, and I think that adds to that feeling of, like, it's unavoidable, which kind of adds to the vibes of the story. So yeah, my bear analogy is not meant to be, like, a critique or anything. But I think the only critique in it is just, like, what can I resist and what can't I resist, I guess. But I do like that. I do like how the ending really hammers home that warning tone of, don't do this, you will regret it, you'll live with those feelings for the rest of your life, don't let it stain your soul. And I really love that the last one is, please just don't be like me. The please is great because, like, the rest of the story was not formal. It was just, you know, telling us some things, and it was very third person. You know, we didn't know, or not third person, but, like, second. And we didn't, and in second person stories, there's not always an I to them, but there can be, which we'll talk about in a second. And so we're not exactly expecting there to be an I, by the end of the story. And so I think it's powerful and works well that I statement at the end starts with please. It starts with this informal thing, starts with this personal thing of how a person would talk more than how, like, a letter might talk. The just does the same thing as well, so I really like that you didn't just go, don't let it stain your soul, don't be like me. I like that you went, don't let it stain your soul, please, just don't be like me. And now that I'm saying it like that, I think one of the other reasons I like that please so much is because it's filled with longing. I would guess that the main character, that the first person character, is full of the love kind of longing. Though now that I'm thinking about it, how meta would it be if someone is infected with the longing not to let other butterflies infect other people. That it's like, I would like to save other people from the black butterflies, and that will always be out of reach because they're so powerful and so unavoidable, and because I have already been infected by one, and so even me saying this could, like, put you more at risk of being infected because I am one, you know? And so, like, I don't think that was your intention, but boy, that would be cool. That would be meta. That would be the black butterfly's greatest torture yet. And I really like that the story went first person at the end. I really applaud that, because that can be difficult to do. That sometimes, like, switching perspectives can feel either like it's a typo or a mistake, or it just kind of comes out of nowhere and we're like, I'm confused. Why is there an I now? What's going on? And this was none of those things. This one totally worked. It wasn't confusing. It didn't seem like a typo. And yeah, it just made sense. And I do think part of the reason it really works is because if you did it in third person, if it was like, there was a man and he was once mesmerized. I mean, I was gonna say, because I guess if you did, there was a man and he was once mesmerized by a black butterfly, you could end the story with that man was me, and that probably would work. But so maybe this isn't quite accurate, but I was gonna say that I think one of the reasons that the first person at the end works is because second person is implied first person. That when you have a story that's like, you do this, you do that, you don't ever have to have an I. You don't ever have to have the narrator reveal themselves as part of the story. However, you can. You can have a first-person narrator walk in and be like, hi, I'm the one talking to you, and it doesn't sound super jarring, and it's like, okay, yes, this is a second-person story, so we knew that there could be first person in here somewhere, and we're not surprised by it. So maybe not with this setup exactly, but definitely, you know, if you just have a general thirst person, boy, what a perspective would that be? Third person story. And you're just like, yes, there's a man on a pirate ship, and by the way, I'm Scallywag Jones. You know, we'd be like, huh? What? Why are you Scallywag Jones? I was just hearing about Pete over here. And so, so, yeah, like, I feel like in third person could be a lot more jarring, but in second person, because there's that implication there, then I think it works a lot more fluidly to have a first person narrator come in. Now, granted, that's not to say it will always work. I'm sure that there could be times where I'm reading a second person story and a first person narrator comes in and I'm like, who the heck are you? But this one definitely worked. And trying to analyze why it works, that's the answer I got for you. And I think it works very well, like, in another sense, because it sounds very personal, especially because they really focused on the love part. It definitely sounds like, as you're reading, it's like, you've been through this, haven't you, narrator? And so when the narrator reveals, yes, I've been through this, it's actually kind of expected or kind of implied through the way the story itself is told. And I think that's incredibly clever and well done. And then it also makes things personal. That it's interesting because I could easily see that going the other way of it impersonalizes it because, oh, now it's not about the you, which is me, it's about the you, which is you, you know? But in this one, I think it personalizes it more because it's like, oh, you're not just telling me about this terrible predator, or maybe not predator, but parasite. You're not just telling me about this terrible beast. You have experienced its effects. You're speaking from experience. You know how bad it is, and so you have the authority to warn me about this. This feels very personal, and by the end, like, I'm empathizing with you, and I'm like, oh no, you poor person! How terrible that you have gone through everything you just told me, like, that I shouldn't go through. And how much sense that makes, that you are warning me not to go through what you have and are going through. The thirst person fits the longing part, kind of. Yeah, that's true. I was thinking kind of like a, I don't know, the thirst trap sort of thing. I guess, you know? I guess thirst person is fan service. The fan service person. If you're writing a story, then the perspective is the male gaze. The perspective is fan service. Maybe that's thirst person. Oh, looks like Steel Bulwark had to get going. Good night, Steel Bulwark. I will read the thoughts and stuff afterwards, but I can read jokes. Thirst person is the arch enemy of Pepsi Man. Pepsi Man is trying to quench your thirst. I just see best of luck on your shenanigans. What an amazing send-off. New favorite send-off. Best of luck on your shenanigans. Oh, and I didn't even read the second part. That's even better. Best of luck with your shenanigans, or the shenanigans that are being inflicted upon you. How incredible. Yes, this is how we should sign off every day now. Not goodbye, not see you later, alligator, but best of luck with your shenanigans. Be they shenanigans of your own or shenanigans that are inflicted upon you. And Black Butterfly. Oh, nope. Can't talk about the Black Butterfly. I need to wait for the ad. Oh, hello, Drago. Welcome. Oh. It's a papodal. It's a papilodal for me, says Wolf. I assume what it reminds you of. Not seeing the visual reminder in the picture that you sent, but I'm assuming there is like a powers. They have similar powers or also like parasites in the same way. The Orzaba silk moth. That looks like an atlas moth. Are we sure that that's an Orzaba silk moth? Here. Well, yeah, that's what's coming up. Okay, well, I'll show them to you. So here's what the Orzaba silk moth looks like, and then now... Oh, I guess they're the same. It's just a different name for the same thing. That's just what an atlas moth is. Which is what Amida is inspired by, but the reason that I picked the atlas moth, well, I was going to say has yet to be implemented, but I guess that's not true. It has been implemented with the emojis. The reason I picked the atlas moth is because I was like, how cool a character concept would it be to have a moth that literally looks like an atlas, that looks like a map on like the back of its wings like this. And I was thinking it would be even cooler if like when it's closed, it looks like a book, that these sides look like the cover and back of a book. When you open it, it looks like a map. So the emojis that we have do have like the map on them and stuff, but most of the time when I ask artists to do the map, they're like, nope. They just don't. Yeah, the atlas. Oh, okay, yeah, I did know that. Now let's go back. Yeah, so like this, the atlas moth mimics a snake. If you see right here, it looks like a snake head. I think I showed it on stream one day, but I saw on Reddit. No, that's a pretty good one. I saw on Reddit a picture that was really good in showing that I saw it like in a tree, and it 100% looked like a snake. What was it called again? Orzaba. The moth fairy. Okay, yeah. I mean, there's a little bit of maybe snakiness like on this one of like that kind of looks like an eye there, but it definitely is a lot. Oh, that poor moth, it has its wing all messed up. But yeah, it definitely looks a lot less snake-like than the Atlas moth does. That's very interesting. Okay, I think the ad is over. What a fun ad time looking at moths. First person perspectives when the narrator is searching for water in the desert and slowly dying of dehydration. The more dramatic and tragic version of thirst person. Black moth emote, yeah, that would be fun. Darlene, I was kind of happy I was able to finally use the black butterfly. It's been part of my world building for a while now. Wow, that's extra cool. I totally thought you just saw Beauty is the Beast and like let it percolate in your head and then just came up with this concept. So I'm even more impressed that it's like, no. This wasn't I didn't come up with this for the prompt. It was already there. Super cool. I'm very interested to see it show up in more of your stories then. Yeah, here it doesn't always show up in photos, but hopefully you could see it in that one. That is really pretty, Josh Darlene says, either about the moth I showed or the dress. I had the same comment, says Decoy. I think about the no one can resist it, but resist it. Darlene, well, that musician example was something that kind of happened to me. And it at least seemed like he felt something, but then came COVID. Oh, gotcha. I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you. Yes, offers Cha-Cha Darlene a hug. Exactly. Stealable work. I feel like it's more along the lines of obsessive longing. The kind that makes you feel lonely even when you seem you don't want to. Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. That could be, I guess, kind of like, I don't know, an even darker take of, like, what I was saying, about, like, you're beside them, but you still feel far away. That it could be like, I'm obsessed with you, that it's like, you're the best ever, and I want to spend every moment with you, and it's like, yeah, and of course that causes people to walk away, All artists are afflicted with some kind of beautiful sorrow. It is the pain of life that insists we express our journey with this pain. I don't know where I heard this, but it definitely feels like the center of this piece. Absolutely. Okay, what's over here? Oh, obsidian butterfly. Okay, there's another. Here, whenever I look something up, I want to vet what comes up first. Obsidian butterfly. Hopefully I don't have to type in the actual name. Oh, interesting. This is not like, from what I get just from typing that in, it doesn't seem like it is like a true butterfly, but rather like a symbol. Like just literally a butterfly made out of obsidian. Interesting. I will try to let me just copy your how you typed that. And that, that's getting me a lot of AI generated images, I think, but that looks like some kind of Aztec god or something, which is more of the picture that you sent. CM Weller might not be able to join. Well, I am glad that, don't know where that was going. I'm glad you could be here for a second. I'm glad you could pop by. I hope your shenanigans go well. I don't know. Yes, we will reread what Mako said. Best of luck with your shenanigans, or the shenanigans that are being inflicted upon you. Yeah, it feels a lot more like a virus. The black butterfly would be a parasitoid, like the wasp that lays eggs in the live caterpillars. Yeah, I've heard of that. Yes, I will not be clicking on that link. Though if the host is not killed, then I guess it's simply a parasite. I guess the narrator is alive to tell the story. That's the question, right? Does kill your soul means the body still lives, but the soul has become butterflies? Or does it mean, that, like, I don't know, your skin crumples like an old robe and then butterflies come out and you're dead, you know, kind of thing? I feel like it could be either way. It's a goddess. Gotcha. What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, that reminded me that was another thing I found beautiful about this line of I always like crack imagery, cracking, shattering, breaking sorts of imagery. So I like that too. And I guess that is kind of an interesting thing to think about. Okay, like what would be the other ways you could describe it? Because you could have described it more viscerally and meaty, like I kind of just did. Talk about your skin becoming like a robe. But you didn't. You use this more poetic language, and it's like, you were cracked, and I feel like that really fits for what's going on here of you were like a vase that was slowly cracking, and then you break, and the butterflies come out. So I think that's really interesting. Inflicts longing to birth more black butterflies. Sounds like textbook parasitism, regardless of whether the host survives. Fair. Okie dokie. Well, thank you so much for submitting, Taja Darlene. Let us go on to Marks. Hopefully Marks is still here. Do I need to check if Marks is still here? I think he usually, vacuums and does other things while listening to the stream, so I don't know if you can always chat. You are welcome, Taja Darlene. Want to see Kitty? There's Kitty. There's Kitty. Me here, says Mark's nice. Kitty is. Okie dokie. Beauty is in all the eyes of the beholder. Murphy's Law by Marks. 350 words. Content warning, body horror. Are you sure? She asks meekly. I nod, which is a lie. I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. I'm trembling. My mouth feels dry. My body is screaming at me to run from merely the memory of last time. But I stand my ground. It's almost like she suddenly melts. Like all of her bones liquefy in her body at once, transforming her into this unrecognizable blobby thing. I gulp as I force myself to look at her. She's grotesque. All fleshy, with some bits stretched too tight, some bits loose and floppy, and some bits bulbous and pulsing. Their tentacles and other limbs my mind refuses to comprehend. I can't see all the teeth because she's not smiling this time, but I still remember them. Rows and rows of razor-sharp death that take up most of her horrific body. My eyes want to look away. They need to look away. But I have to do this. I have to get used to seeing her like this. It's easy to look at her when she appears human. She's gorgeous. She's almost too perfect, if you ignore the sharp teeth. And even then, there's just the one row. It's hardly a deal breaker within the context of everything else. But that version of her is a lie. This is the real her. She blinks with all of her dozens of eyes. Even if she had a discernible head anymore, they all seem to be scattered at random in just as many different sizes. It's unnerving. At first. They're still blue. The same blue eyes I've looked into time after time. The same blue eyes that have looked on me with adoration. The same blue eyes that now look on me with fear. Not fear of me as a whole, but fear of how I'll react to her true form. The more I focus on her pretty eyes, the more I can gradually accept the rest of her. I feel the corners of my lips pulling up into a smile. Nisha, you're beautiful, I finally say, my voice in the barest of whispers. Ah, there's the teeth. So those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. Whoa, what's happening? Okay, and as for the questions. One, this is meant to be cute. No, I mean, yes, but this is meant to be kind of a blend of unnerving and cute. Because that basically defines Murphy and Nisha's whole relationship. How did I do? 2, were you on board with Murphy's state of mind at all, or were you stuck at nope, all the nope? I do not believe you. None of that is beautiful. You're just crazy, bruh. 3, did you need me to go into why Murphy needs to do this, or did the why not matter? 4, well, it wasn't intentionally meant to be funny. Did you find she's pretty hot as a human. There's still the sharp teeth and all, but what can you do? Humorous at all? As I was editing, it just kept making me chuckle. So feel free to answer any and all of those questions. Very true. But if you find it entirely cute, I don't judge, says Mark. Nice. Okie dokie. So especially for newcomers who don't know these characters, do say what you could understand and get behind and what you couldn't. And I will begin chatting about my own thoughts on it. So, I can't believe how long it took me to realize what the title was. Because I thought that the title was just Beauty is in the Eyes of the Beholder. And I did not see the all in there. Like, my brain just slotted in the classic phrase. And so, Beauty is in all the eyes of the beholder is so great for 2 reasons. One, it's just kind of a fun twist on the classic idiom and the fact that she has a bunch of eyes. And 2, I assume it's also a D&D reference. Because as far as I know, there's a creature in D&D called the Beholder that has a bunch of eyes. So that's a really fun title. There's like one negative to it, which is that in this case the person beholding her is Murphy. And so Beauty is in the eyes of the dude, the 2 eyes of Murphy. So that does undermine that a little bit, but I do still really like the title. I think starting out with her being meek is a great way to convey she's not a threat. She doesn't mean him harm. She isn't even sure she wants to do this. And so I think that's a great intro. I really like I nod, which is a lie. I'm not sure at all. That feels, especially knowing what's coming, that makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of character voice in that, and I like how, like, he didn't say anything, but he still is saying yes with his nod, and that's a lie. Totally fair, that he's already pretty freaked out before it even begins. Very wild that this is only the 2nd time he has seen this. I mean, on the one hand, very wild. On the other hand, totally fair. She doesn't want to show him this again. Really like your description of how it happens, that she melts, that it's like her bones liquefy. That's very evocative. I really like the use of just thing, that she's indescribable. She's not, it's not even that she's like, oh yeah, it's like a gazelle crossed with a crocodile, crossed with a hippo, crossed with a giraffe. It's like, she's a thing. Especially because thing tends to be like an inanimate object. And so it's like, she's not even an animal, she's not a person, she's just this thing. And so I think it works really well. And I think I said in my review that the blobbiness of it is, like, what I find most horrific. Because, like, it's been a long time since I read the other story where we saw her, but I think I recall thinking she was very tall. That it's just, like, I don't know, I think I was imagining something like, like her limbs were like sticks and that she's like a giant zipper, and then she has like a face that's a hole, I think is kind of like what I was imagining. I might be influenced because I know Mako has said that she sounded like a giant zipper in the previous iteration. But that's the image my head's got. And so it's, I do think that it's like, oh wait, she blobby, she pulsing, is like, you know, that's bad. Like, if she's more structurally sound, then I guess, like, she could feel more, like, badassly horrifying, and, like, the blobbiness of her makes her feel more horrifying. Like I said in my review, it reminds me of, spoilers for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2012, but it reminds me of what happens to Pulverizer. That's like some mutations you're like, ooh, like, okay, like, I wouldn't want to be you, but that's kind of badass for you. But with him, it's like, oh, you poor man that I no longer want to look at, you know? It's, yeah, like, there's nothing cool or badass or good about this. It's just horrifying. And then I think you do a great job of continuing to describe her. Like, all of this just adds to that image I was talking about of, like, ew, fleshy. Starting off to a bad start, you know? The fleshy is... It's been a long time, but in my first critique group that I did many years ago, well, it wasn't my first critique group, but like my first with kind of people from the group, that we had an ongoing joke about flesh, that one of our writers would just say flesh in like a neutral sense, and like the rest of us would be like, no, my man, that is a gross word. That, like, even though it's objectively a neutral thing and should be fine, yeah, let's use a different word. And so in this case, it's the opposite, that it's like, that's inherently a gross word. Good job. And then, like, that idea of, like, stretched too tight and some of it's loose and floppy, like, I think that also really adds to the horror, that it's not just, like, well, she's horrifying, but at least she's symmetrical and uniform. It's like, no, she's asymmetrical, she's not uniform, it's not like she has stretched skin, and it's not like she has loose skin. She has some stretched skin and some loose and floppy skin, and so that makes it, like, either of those images of, like, all stretched or all loose and floppy could be horrifying, but put them together and it's worse. And then pulsing is absolutely one of the worst words in the lineup of, like, not only are they just, like, doing a thing, not only are they just, like, being there, being bulbous, but they're pulsing, you know? So much grosser, so much worse. Classic tentacles. Always gotta have those tentacles on your Eldritch Horror. And speaking of Eldritch Horror, I definitely think, like, my mind refuses to comprehend is one of the worst parts of what's going on here, but also, like, yeah, I can see that. Because the whole time it's like, she's a thing? Like, I don't know what to call her. She's just, like, fleshy and gross. And so it really is in line with what he's been saying, and also is like, oh, that's real bad. Like, it's one thing if it's just like, ew, like, here's this gross blobby pustule on the ground that I don't like looking at, and it's another thing of, like, that gross blobby pustule is like something as an eldritch horror from hell, you know, that your mind doesn't want to comprehend. There's a deeper horror going on than just, like, the physical. There's something deeper going on. Really like the section about the teeth as well, that, like, you go through all of this horrifying description, we're like, ugh, and then you're like, and by the way, she's less horrifying than she could be, because I can't see the teeth right now. It's like, oh dear gosh, you know. And so I think that works really well, especially having that come after, because you could have had it first, and I don't think that would have been as powerful. But having it to be after all that makes it even more of a punch. And I especially like because she's not smiling this time, because I think that can easily feel just kind of like a neutral thing that you're throwing out as like, oh yeah, like she's not smiling. I think it's just a fact, it's just what's happening. But if you know the character, then you go, oh, because she's sad, you know, because she's sad and freaked out and doesn't actually want him to see this. And so I think that is a cool hint into what's going on in her mental state, not just his and ours. And it also tells you she was last time. And so, like, if you haven't read the other story, you don't know what she was doing last time, but it's like, potentially last time, she was doing some horrific demon-y crap. And now, maybe she doesn't want to do the horrific demon-y crap and is not smiling because she herself is horrific demon-y crap. I don't know if YouTube will get mad at crap, but that feels like that should be the title of the stream. Horrific demon-y crap. Oh man, I'm so sorry, Nisha. But now I'm just imagining the poop emoji, but it's instead of it being the poop emoji, it's like the same like swirl of dookie, but it's all like red and fleshy and it's covered in eyes, and then there's like smiles all over it. Oh my gosh. Oh, by the way, also talking about things that remind me of other things. This description very much reminds me of, I looked it up yesterday, and if I remember correctly, I think it's called skeletal slime. I guess I've been looking stuff up. Why not just show you guys this too? What am I waiting for? Yeah, skeletal slime in Elden Ring. Let's see. This stuff. This stuff. There's a good picture of it. This is what your description reminds me of, but with more eyes and teeth, and like even more bulbous parts and tentacles and such. It's this, but extra. It's this plus. Let's see, where was I? I was at the teeth. And then, of course, describing that it's not just like, she has a smile and it's grotesque. It's like, no. She has a bunch of them. And it's like, that alone, that's bad, you know? It does, so I realized that I think, so my answer to Marx's question of, like, do you need me to go into why Murphy needs to do this, or did the why not matter? And my answer to that was, I don't need to know for me to understand and get behind and be interested in the story, but I absolutely want to know. And I think one of the things that really makes me be like, I really want to know, if not maybe pushes me into the need to know category, is that you say, my eyes want to look away, they need to look away, but I have to do this. And like, have to is a much weaker phrasing than need to, but they need to with italics. But they both mean the same thing. And so it's like, why does the have to outweigh the need to with italics? And so I feel like at least it would have helped to say they need italics to look away, but I also need italics to do this. Or you could say they need to look away, but I have to, or they need to look away, but I italics need to do this. So you could italicize the second one. That would make me need to know the answer less, I think. That it's like, the need to get used to her like this is greater than the need to look away. But especially right now, that's not clear. I don't know why he has to do this, and I especially don't know why that need is greater than his need to look away, especially when his need to look away is born from his mind refusing to comprehend her. Like, it's very instinctual. It's a very instinctual and deep need that is not just like, you're gross, you know? And then, I do like the paragraph about her appearing human. Like I said in my review, it didn't exactly make me laugh. I don't know that I'd full on say it's humorous for me, but it does add some levity, that it's like, let's think about her actual nice form for a second. It's like, oh, okay, I can breathe for a sec. Yes, let's, you know. And so I think that works well. And it is cute of just like, you know, she's got those sharp teeth, but what can you do? I guess part of why it doesn't have nearly... Because when you were describing it, it's kind of funnier when you describe it here than what you wrote in the story of like, there's still a sharp teeth and all, but what can you do? Whatever. I think the reason it didn't quite have that vibe for me is because of everything you just described. Because after everything you described, it's like, yeah, totally cool with some sharp teeth. Let's go back to that, please. You know, I think the humor of that would kind of come from, like, if it's like, that should be weird, man. You know, that should be weird that your girlfriend has sharp teeth. But after everything, I'm like, I am good with sharp teeth. Honestly, that could be super cute. So, like, totally cool. Let's go back to that, please. You know? I do like the description of that version of her as a lie. That's well done there. And I think that does help inform why he's doing this. Like, sure, we still don't know why. We still don't know why, but there is an element of, I don't want to believe a lie anymore, right? I don't want to hold on too tightly to a lie kind of thing. And then I do like the switch of, it's unnerving at first. That's really cool. And I really like the paragraph about her blue eyes. And I especially like that you didn't just say, like, they're pretty, but you, like, went to memories and you were like, yeah, this is what those blue eyes have done. They're the same person, you know? It's kind of interesting because I use that with Savion too, that, like, that's the one place where he can still find himself, and I think that kind of goes along with that idea that the eyes are the window to the soul, right? That it's like, in the eyes I can tell this is still the same person. I do wish that you had more of a list here, than instead of just adoration, that there was at least 2 more things that you listed that were positive, rather than going straight to the fear. But I do like the mention of the fear as well, that it's like, she's not afraid of me, but she is afraid how I'll react. And then we come to the end, which is like, I don't know that I'd say this is really a critique. I mean, it all just kind of depends on how you wanted it to come across, and if I'm far away from how you wanted it to come across.
Hey kitty, you want out? You can go out if you want. You've been sitting all nice in here.
Ugh, I might have to wipe his nose. Yeah. So I'm really with Murphy for like 90% of the story. I'm like, yep, I'm also horrified. I'm also failing to comprehend. Wow, this is a lot, you know. And then when I get to the more I can gradually accept the rest of her, that's where I start to not be with him. Because I'm like, I can accept the eyes. I can be like, yes, I can still see her in the eyes. But I ain't accepting this. You know, that it's like... and I guess I'll like talk about it in the context of your question. Your question was, were you on board with Murphy's state of mind at all, or were you stuck at nope, all the nope? I do not believe you. None of that is beautiful. You're just crazy, bro. I unfortunately am definitely in that latter camp. It's not in the sense of like, you know, I think you're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I think you're crazy. It's not like that. It's more like there's kind of two thoughts on the crazy train. One is he got brainwashed, that like he literally said he's failing to comprehend her. So perhaps he's failing to comprehend her and he needs to look away. It's like an instinctual thing. And so the fact that he didn't might have fried his brain. The fact that he didn't might have done something very detrimental to his brain and his sanity. Not because he himself, you know, was born that way or doesn't know what he's saying or anything. It's just like, yeah, I think you looked at her too long. That's one option in that vein. Another option is just kind of that his sanity desperately locked onto her eyes. And so I don't see him as like, you're an absolute psycho, Murphy. Like, I don't see it as like something I'm brushing him off for. It's more just like, oh, you poor boy. Like, something's got screwed up in your head, you know, kind of thing. You poor boy, I think you looked at her too long, and or I think you want to love her, and so you're trying to find her beautiful, and that might be breaking your brain. You know? So, like, you know, when I read other stories with Murphy that occur after this, I'm not gonna go, oh yeah, Murphy, that crazy dude. You know, I'm not thinking that about him. Like, I still think for the most part he's a sane individual. I think he's just, well, sane as you can be in the situation that he's in. Considering everything, it's kind of surprising he's sane as he is. But especially because of like, everything around him. Like, I can definitely see him being like, okay, like, I need to find her beautiful, so let me just, like, I'm just gonna let this snap a little bit. I'm just gonna let something break here so that I can find her beautiful, if that makes sense. And so, I think the thing is that we go from, she is utterly and absolutely horrifying, to, she's beautiful. And we have a little bit of semblance of a transition in the eyes paragraph. And yes, I do find the eyes paragraph quite powerful. I especially did the first time I read it. However, it's not enough for me to go, she's absolutely horrifying, she's beautiful. The eyes thing just makes me go, this is still Nisha. And, like, I guess that's kind of the thing, that it's like, I can still like Nisha and be like, this grosses me out, I hate how you look, but I think you as a person are great, and I can see you in the eyes, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah, so I guess that's it, is that I can totally understand him still loving Nisha as a person, still finding beauty in, like, Nisha as a person and who she is on the inside and stuff, but I don't understand him finding her aesthetically beautiful. I think you did too good of a job of describing just how horrifying she is for me to see any of this at all as beautiful. Now, I think you could have gotten me there, but you would basically have to use half the story for it. That you could use half the story describing how horrifying she is, but you'd have to use the other half to, like, really work hard at describing why he's accepting her, why he's growing to actually find this form beautiful. Because, like, I guess, like, I kind of expected him to respond. I did not expect him to out loud respond negatively. I did expect him to respond neutral to positively, or, like, do his best to. But I did not expect him to do a total 180 and go, she's the most horrifying thing I've ever seen, I can't even comprehend her, to, you're beautiful. You know? Those are polar opposite ends of the spectrum. So in order to get from way over here to way over here, you need to take me on this whole journey. And so, like, if he said, I'll try and think what he could have said that would have made, he could say, I love you. He could just say, I still love you. And that would totally work for me, because it's like, that is about her as a person. He does not have to find her aesthetically beautiful in any sense for him to still love her. another thing, you could have had him say, you have beautiful eyes, or you have pretty eyes. Somebody put the Greg gif in the chat. If nobody has seen that, I will put it in the chat, but it's totally those vibes. I mean, a little bit different, but similar vibes. So yeah, you could say you have beautiful eyes, because I do believe that. I do believe from the eyes paragraph that he does believe that she has beautiful eyes, and even I can think that she has beautiful eyes. I just don't think that she as a whole in this form is beautiful, if that makes sense. And granted, maybe as I'm thinking about it, maybe that is the point, is you were trying to say on the inside, you're beautiful, because you didn't say, I don't know, he's just saying, Nisha, you're beautiful, and so maybe he's trying to say, Nisha is beautiful. I'm not necessarily talking about all the blobby bits of Nisha, but Nisha's soul is beautiful. But if that was the intent, that's not quite clear. And then I am also curious how the ending is supposed to be read. I do like it. I do like the callback to the teeth above. And so I'm curious because it almost reads as a little bit like, oh, there's the teeth. Like, okay, gotta get used to this. Like, don't love seeing that. Kind of grossed out, but at least she's smiling, at least she's happy. So it's like, I'm happy she's happy, but I am grossed out by the teeth. That's a little bit how it reads, and that does work for me because that's a lot more how I'm feeling, that I also am like, glad she's smiling, but dang, that's horrifying. But after he just said, you're beautiful, that he's like, I've accepted her, she's beautiful, love her, no reservations anymore. It doesn't really make sense for him to be like, about the teeth. And that's, I mean, I guess I kind of already said it, but that is kind of the thing, is that he went from all the reservations, only reservations, to absolutely zero reservations, she's beautiful. Rather than, I went from all the reservations to one less reservation. You can't see. All the reservations to one less reservation. The eyes are pretty at least, It definitely feels like something he would have to, like, this is something that he'd have to do regularly. Like, if it was that she shows him her true form, like, once a day, every day, then I feel like at the end of a month or a year, maybe a month is too short even, but after some time I could see him saying you're beautiful because he's slowly acclimatized to her looking like that and actually living his life with her like that. But all I have is this story, and so if it took longer than it seems, which it seems like 5 minutes or less, if it took longer than 5 minutes, that's not clear, and so that would need to be said a little more explicitly if it took more time. So to answer your other questions, I definitely got the both unnerving and cute, even though, despite what I said about the end there, I do still think the eyes thing is cute, and like I fear for Murphy's sanity, but there is a level of cuteness that he is able to still find her beautiful. So I think it works. And I guess I kind of already talked about the other three. But let's see what folks have been saying. Tajdalene, I remember reading that and being kind of confused as to how to imagine her true form. I'm curious if that was the intent, because, like it said, she is meant to be incomprehensible, but then again, we never want our stories to be confusing, so there's a question there. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. I like that it's unclear if the last line is said positively or negatively. So yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, that I was kind of reading it as negatively, but it could be like, "Aw, there's the teeth." It kind of grosses me out to say it like that. But that could indeed be the intent, and I do think it does kind of work to have that be a little bit ambiguous. For anyone curious, she almost died because she kept her human form over using her magic for healing herself. Bro was like, if it's that important, I'll just get used to your horrificness. Oh, I do remember that story. That does make sense. That it's like, if you're gonna die about it, new prompt dropped. If you're gonna die about it, yeah. If you're gonna die because you're keeping your human form, I need to know. Now, granted, I think you are at 350, or if you're not, then you are. I was gonna say, if you're not, then you're almost assuredly at the character limit. But that would be nice to be able to slot back in there. I don't think it would take terribly too many words to say she almost died by trying to keep up her human form. I need to get used to seeing her like this. I think would be helpful, and I don't think it would be terribly confusing, though only newcomers can say. Nalene, oh, I think I remember reading something like that in one of your stories. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Nico, somehow still doesn't sound worse than The Thing, the horror movie. No, the Marvel Hero. Nice. Marks, yeah, it's horrifying. Horrifying is what I was going for. Nice. It's weird how fleshy is so off-putting so often when we're all flesh creatures. I think that's what's off-putting about it, is like the fleshy bits are meant to be on the inside, you know, and so if you're like, it's fleshy, it's like, something's wrong, you know, but then again, maybe you could just call your skin flesh. I mean, I guess you can. Flesh is absolutely a neutral word. Maybe objectively it is, but, like, let's see if I can come up with some sentences for you. She petted his flesh tenderly. Does that conjure the image of a girlfriend lovingly, like, caressing her boyfriend? No, it doesn't. At least not in my opinion. It sounds gross. It sounds like she's petting something she shouldn't be petting. And if I just say the sentence, his flesh was exposed, do you think I mean his skin? Probably not. You probably think it's something else. I mean, even if I, like, again, literally, it can just mean skin. And of course, everything depends on the context. But it just sounds wrong. His flesh was exposed. Oh no! His organs! No. His ankles. Why is your mind going there? What's another scenario? His good supple flesh. Like, again, maybe you just mean he's got some nice smooth skin, but boy, that sounds wrong, you know? So yeah, objectively, maybe it's a neutral word, but subjectively, like, I feel like in most contexts, it's gonna sound wrong. Marx would say, I would say flesh is neutral and yet fleshy is not. I would say fleshy is even more not neutral, even more in the gross category, but I think flesh itself can just sound wrong. Honestly, there's not much that qualifies as really horrifying to me compared to other people. To me, it was just confusing, but not really horrifying. Oh, I see. So that was kind of the issue you brought up, that you were like, it wasn't like I was sitting there horrified, but then, like, unable to comprehend. I was just unable to comprehend, so I wasn't really into the story. Gotcha. That's a fair critique. Do you have any examples on how Marx could help make it a little less confusing? Fleshy meat bags, yes. Marx, I will absolutely accept confusion. Nothing really horrifies you. It sounds like you're like, yes, if you don't have cash, we will accept credit. If you don't have the horror to spare, then I will accept confusion. Psychological stuff can be horrifying to me, but my mind can do stuff to me that is way worse than most things the world has to offer, which is why I'm not into horror too much. It doesn't give me much. That is horrifying in and of itself, and I'm very sorry to hear that, Darlene. But the fact that those two are trying their best to be there for each other, which is what I get from this, is indeed quite cute. Yeah, exactly. That the like specifics of what we're seeing is horrifying, but the whole setup is cute. That the setup is like, this is my girlfriend and I love her and I want to be able to love her fully, and so that is cute. You watch Game Grumps, how are you questioning crap? Well, do they put crap in their titles? Because I think if they ever have a swear word in the titles, they like put a little asterisk in it. Then again, I would be nervous about even doing that. Yeah, Kaylee describing gross figure. Flesh Horse approves. Now I'm imagining we want you to join the Flesh Horse's army sort of thing. Flesh Horse approved. What isn't that something we came up with one day, or there was like a story somebody wrote about it, that like when you join the Flesh Horse's army, you shed your skin and become a skeleton or something? Flesh Horse checking out Nisha. How you doing? Well, the letting something snap so you can find her beautiful could totally work. Gotcha, fair enough. See, exactly. I could have focused on the grotesque or focused on him finding her beautiful anyway, and I focused on the horror and didn't have words for the other part. Fair. Always that darn word limit, always on our lawn. New level of Stockholm Syndrome unlocked, indeed. Marks, I love that it can be taken both ways, but it's actually meant to be the reserved, at least she's smiling, take. It is an interesting point that something can be so incomprehensible that you aren't horrified by it. Just, I have no idea what I'm looking at. Yeah, very true. I mean, it makes me think of how there'll be things that will be like, no, shield the children's eyes from this thing. And the children have no idea what they're looking at, so they're like, huh? Like, I don't care. Like, it's pixels to me. And we're like, oh, okay. What am I even looking at? That's Steve. Well, it was Steve. I see. The definition of being a parasitoid is killing the host while acting like parasite. Okay, so parasite would be the right word. That's more applicable to any situation. Oh, I see. The normal parasite should not kill the host as it's detrimental to them. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You're living off the host. Why would you want to kill them? Gotcha. Yeah, so then it would be a parasitoid. Yep, there's a beholder, and it has tons of eyes. Drago, my dude, sharp teeth are hot. That's a bonus for the human form. Also cute lady, yes. Amazing. What part, when was I doing a news bit? I had to see. Thank you, Jim. Now back to your local news. But first, a word from our sponsors. Sharp teeth are take it or leave it for me. It's funny that midway through the story, I, Massacre, started to think about it from the perspective of Yushi, my humanoid version of Yog-Sothoth, who would find Nisha's real form hot AF. Amazing. Oh yeah, that's something I didn't think about, but then, like, I think it, like, came to mind in the middle of the night or something. That I'm like, wait a minute. Murphy himself is part demon, isn't he? And so it makes a little more sense that he can find this beautiful. I still stand by what I said about my reaction to him finding her beautiful, but that helps ever so slightly, that it's like, well, at least he's half, like, or partially the same species as her, so there's, like, that little bit of edge towards liking her. Tender is the flesh. Gross, dude! What? I moisturize the flesh. I moisturize the flesh every day. Stop. Make sure the flesh is nice and supple. Hello, 911. Yes, exactly.
Oh, sneeze, hi.
Demonic demonic feces, demoneses. Yay! Pulsating mass! So many good title ideas from this story. Jogo, I absolutely love the ending. That's such a clever and fun way of saying, aw, she's smiling and he's a bit terrified by it. To be honest, I think Murphy is a good way to discover what magic the tentacles can do if he won't be a coward. I did not know that's where the sentence was going. Oh boy. In my opinion, he has a vibe of trying to convince himself very hard she's beautiful. Yes, I would agree with that. Mm-hmm. Fake it till you make it. That would work a little bit better for me if he was like, okay, I don't really think this, but I need to fake it until I do, and like he said, you're beautiful, and like you could tell from the narration that he's faking it to be able to compliment her and stuff. That might have worked a little better for me. And his girl is happy, so worth it. That's so cute. Oh, nice. I realize we don't have a word with equivalent connotations like flesh in Polish. I don't know how to pronounce it, but mięso, meat, ciało, body or flesh. Gotcha. I mean, meat would also have a similar issue, but I think that's more clearly in the non-neutral category, that it's like, I gotta moisturize my meat, and it's like, I was thinking you had to like moisturize a sirloin, not your hands, you know? See, sharp teeth could be hot in theory, but not when you're the equivalent of her food. Gotcha. I mean that doesn't really come up in this particular story, so, and I guess that's the thing, that it's like, she's not, you know, treating him as, her food, other than sexually, I guess. And so I'm not expecting it to be like, oh yeah, scary, sharp teeth, she's gonna eat me, you know? I don't know, I guess maybe that was the point at the beginning, because, like, at the beginning he was like, are we good? Why aren't you eating me? You know? And so that would be the point where she's got the sharp teeth and he's like, don't love that, you know? But right now, it's like, now it's hot, and like, now I'm with him, it's like, yeah, whatever, sharp teeth, hot, you know? Okay, cool. I don't even understand hotness, really, but I can see that being attractive. We all got Fleisch in German, which is obviously flesh, but also meat, so different connotation. I mean, in English, you can also use flesh to mean meat, so that it's like, yep. I mean, that's the whole, like, double entendre of, like, beat the meat, you know? Like, Point Crow has a video that's called Beating Tears of the Kingdom with My Meat, and it is him attaching meat to different items, to defeat the game, but of course it's meant to have a very different connotation as well. I guess as I say that, though, that's the opposite of what I was saying. What I was saying is that you can have a sirloin and be like, yes, cut the tender flesh of the sirloin. Cut the flesh of the chicken. It means meat. You know, you can use them as synonyms. Yeah, meat is very concrete. Like, you know what meat is, but flesh, kind of meat, kind of everything, you flesh creatures. Yeah, that is the thing that, like, you'll have, you know, like, robot characters and stuff be like, ah, yes, you flesh creatures in your flesh prison, and it's like, insulting, you know, rather than like, ah, yes, I do have skin, robot, I do. He's fractionally incubus, yes. Vampire fans disagree with sharp teeth thing. Werewolf should have sharp teeth as well, no? And fans. And fans? Not sure you mean. Nisha uses vampire romance as a way of justifying the relationship isn't weird. I love the idea of somebody else being like, I'm weirded out by your relationship, and Nisha, like, just pulls out Twilight and is like, it's not weird. You guys love this stuff. It's cute, you know? Moisturizing versus marinating, which is appropriate. Yes. Oh, totally. Okay, I have a cute thing to show you, so hold on. Also, case in point, if I mean, I guess, okay, if my parents were like, how'd your stream go today, Kaylee? And I said, I talked about flesh for a long time. They'd be like, should we be concerned? You know, I guess that would still be true if I said, like, I talked about skin for a long time. But it would still be slightly less weird than flesh. Oh. Sharp teeth is a Romeo and Juliet story between a monster hunter and a female werewolf written in verse. Interesting. Oh, one of them fell off, it seems. That's too bad. But I got something yesterday, a cute little thing to show you. See this one? If it is, okay, it is. I just closed it. Good job remembering me. Beauty channels be like, I talked about skin for a long time. Exactly. Anyway, so, how do I introduce? So I follow Mariah Elizabeth on YouTube. If you don't know who she is an artist YouTube channel. She does a lot of different things, but her like most famous series is her squishy makeovers. So if you don't know, I don't know how to describe them exactly because I don't think I have any to show you, but squishies are just like, they're squishy little creatures. They're not a plush and they're not an like action figure or figurine. It's kind of something in the middle. It's the combo of the two. It's a little thing that you can squish. And so she makes makeovers of those, makes her own new squishies out of them. They're super cute, super fun to watch. But she does lots of other artisty things and paintings and makeovers. Makeovers not of herself. I mean, I guess she does do herself too, but they're wacky. But she'll like, I don't know, she can get a bookshelf and then, you know, make it over and paint it and stuff like that. Really cute, really fun, really wholesome stuff. And so she has some merch, as most YouTubers do, and because she has cute little characters, she makes like plushies and figurines of her characters. And so for a while now, like sometimes, occasionally, on Fridays, my mom and I will make a trip to Walmart, and she said that her mystery boxes are in Walmart, and so I was like, I should check for mystery boxes one of these days. And so that day was yesterday, and I was looking for them. The story's not going where you think it's going. I was looking at them and stuff, and then I was like, it's so cute, but you know, I don't have the money for that right now. And so I was just kind of like, there's actually like a whole wall of like mystery boxes at Walmart, which is like understandable but kind of concerning. And so I was just looking at all the different options and stuff like that, kind of thinking like, you know, maybe in the future when I have some money, I can go get something. And then my mom was like, "Ooh, look, Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings," and it's like mini brands of Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings. And I don't collect mini brands because it would be a problem, because I definitely love mini things, and so I should not start collecting that stuff. And so literally when she was like, yeah, Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings mini brands, I was like, don't tempt me, Frodo, literally. And I guess we will resume this after when the next ad comes up. I talked about moisturizing the flesh for a long time. It puts the lotion on the skin or it gets the hose. Hannibal Lecter reference. I don't know. I have not watched Silence of the Lambs or Hannibal. But yes, moisturizing the flesh. Norman, yes, that's the attitude. This is the attitude I want to see from our chatters. Sup, chat? I see we're talking about flesh. Delicious, delicious flesh. Yes, exactly. If you want the context, I said that flesh is like kind of an inherently gross word, and folks were like, is it though? I feel like it's like inherently neutral. And I was like, sure, maybe objectively it's just a neutral word, but once you start using it, it stops being neutral. And so I gave a bunch of examples of just using flesh to be like, yes, I moisturize my flesh daily. And it's like, CPS, where you at? You know, kind of thing. There you go. I look forward to making you, Kaylee, watch She-Ra even more now. Nice, nice. Oh boy. Well, I think we have talked plenty about this story. Let us go on to Death's Head's story. And I'm worried about my nose. Okie dokie. Courtly creature, cattle, by Death's Head, 350 words. Bright moonlight set the stone ramparts of Castle Logos aglow as Lady Walry and her dinner guest, Sir Breo, stepped from the largest tower. The two walked side by side, yet worlds apart. Her Walry was a whiff-wolf. Heavy makeup, a veil, gloves, and a long gown concealed her half-bestial form, letting her quell some quite true rumors about her family's real nature. The two paused in the shadow of a crenellation, Breo sighing. "'Twas a lovely dinner. I shall tell my father, Trasso, of your hospitality. We seek always to be friends with those around our veil." "Yes, and I've at last glimpsed your beauty," Breo smiled. "After so long of your family wearing masks and hiding behind curtains, I'm surprised how lovely you are." "I am wearing makeup. Still." Breo coughed, something in his voice making Walry tense. "What's on your mind?" "My lady, would you consider a courtship between us?" Walry inhaled, for one brief moment looking upon his handsome face and shining hair with longing. Yet no sooner had she done so than she shook her head, a smile quirking her lips as she spotted a stone placed between the crenellations. Forcing her hidden tale to be still, she picked up the rock and read the poem, which had been tucked underneath. Her eyes rose to the top of the tower, where Sir Dorgu, her knight, watched from afar. "Alas, my heart belongs to another." "A lucky man." Breo took her hand and kissed her glove. "Good night, Lady Lavos." "Have a restful sleep, Sir Breo." He nodded, stepping away as Walry went the opposite way. Upon entering the tower, she bolted up to her room, and then she pulled off her headcloth, revealing her wolf ears, washed off the makeup to unveil a silvery pelt underneath, and then she shed her dress, walking in her natural fur to the roof. Dorgu grinned as she stepped out. "You look much lovelier without that guise." Walry giggled, kissing his cheek as her golden eyes glowed in the moonlight, and her brushy tail swept side to side in delight. Throw up those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. Okie dokie. I don't think that you had any questions written down, but if you've thought of any at this point, then don't hesitate to say them. Thank you for the cheer, Death's Head. And as I often ask, if anybody is a newcomer to this universe, could you understand the story? Is there anything confusing about it? Thank you for the cheer as well, Magistrate Iron Lung. Oh, righty-roo. I really like the title, not just the, like, alliteration and cuteness of it, but courtly is, like, I don't know if I'm totally understanding the definition, but I feel like you could go two ways with that. One being like, yes, she acts in a manner befitting a lady of the court. And also, I would like to court this creature. She is a court-worthy creature. And I like it a lot. So overall, I really like this story. I did say in the writing chat that I enjoy this story a lot. I don't know that I'll have much to discuss about it because I just think overall it's really quite solid and works really well for me. But I will try to talk about as much as I can. Good setting as always. As I said in my review of the other story, I'm always complimenting you on the same things at the beginning, but I'm always impressed by them, even when they're like the same things. That it's just like, all right, like Wallery is a whiff wolf. Especially because you use whiff instead of wear. Like, it's possible that some people might not know what that means, but not to worry. Immediately in the next sentence you say that her long gown conceals her half-bestial form. And so, right away, the reader, even a newcomer, will be like, oh, okay, like, I know what this means. I gotcha. I know who the characters are. I know at least some level what they look like. And so... always impressed by your ability to do that. And then similar thing with Sir Breo, it's like I'm always talking about how it's better to say the relationship instead of saying the name. And I think something you do really well is you just do both. That you're like, hey, okay, we have Sir Breo. Who's Sir Breo? Her dinner guest. That's all we need to know. And so again, like, it's super simple, but it works really well. I'm not confused. I'm not lost for who's who and where we are and what's going on. It's just like, okay, where are we? We're in the, we're at the stone ramparts of Castle Lobos. Okay, when are we? We're at night because there's bright moonlight. All right, who are our main characters in the story? Well, you have Lady Wallery, and the lady already tells us that she is of some nobility, and Sir Breo, who I don't know exactly what, like, the Sir title is, if it means nobility or if it can just mean knight or a little bit of both. But something like that. We even get a little something from Sir, and he is her dinner guest. And what are we doing? We are walking side by side, yet worlds apart. You know, we are walking here together, we are chatting, yet we're worlds apart. And that is what the whole story is about how they're worlds apart and only one of them realizes. And so I think really great intro, amazing job there. And then also, and I'm always talking about how you want to, answer the questions that come to your reader, and not make your reader ask questions that they shouldn't be asking. And I think this is a good example of how to do the right side of that, which is that we might be going, okay, so they're walking side by side, worlds apart, because she's a whiff wolf. All right, does that mean that he knows that she's a whiff wolf, or is this kept secret? Well, let me answer that for you. She's wearing heavy makeup, a veil, gloves, and a long gown, all to conceal her bestial form. All right, question answered. So amazing job just setting up everything that needs to be set up really well, really easily in just that first paragraph. And, not introducing questions that we shouldn't be asking at the beginning. I really like the phrasing of some quite true rumors, that it's not just like, letting her quell some rumors about the family's real nature, but it's like, no, the rumors are true. The shadow over crenellation is a very pretty and pretty musical kind of flowing sentence that I like, and a good image. I like that he's just a nice dude. That it's not like, oh, like, you're a whiff wolf. I mean, he doesn't know that she's a whiff wolf. I don't know how he'd react to her being a whiff wolf. But the last time we saw, like, people talking through, the Lobos Limos family talking to people through a veil. If I recall, people weren't exactly like, you know, charitable about it. And so it's nice to see one of their neighbors acting, you know, nice to her. My biggest question for the story is that I am wondering what he's seeing, and how he's able to think that, you know, she just looks human. Because I know that this is something that I often, like, get confused about or forget, that I often kind of forget how werewolfy she looks in her face, you know? And I think it's always less than I keep imagining. And I did realize one thing that I think leads to me continually having this confusion, which I'll get to at the end. But if her face is all furry, the makeup ain't gonna look good, you know? And so, like, even if, like, so if she has a long snout, that's gonna be a big issue, but if she has, like, a short snout or a normal human nose, if her face is all furry, like, granted, maybe the veil would obscure that, but, like, trying to paint fur is gonna have a very specific look to it that isn't gonna be a good look. And so I don't know exactly how that would be enough to make her look human. I don't know if it's truly like a mask, that it's like, no, we are slathering your fur in just, like, you know, whatever your skin color is. And presuming that she has both, like, fur and skin. And, like, as if we slather it enough, you know, it will just be a blur of your skin color. And you'll look fine, you know. I don't know if that's what the situation is gonna be. But like I said, that's definitely the biggest question of what does he think he's seeing, and you know, why is he able to say that she's beautiful? Or is it really him having a lot of wishful thinking there of, like, he just sees kind of a blob and he's like, I think that blob is pretty, I want the blob to be pretty, you know, kind of thing. I do like that, especially ever after reading other stories where they were hiding behind a curtain. I like reading kind of where that goes, and then it's like, well, since we've been hiding behind curtains, there have been some rumors, and so we need to quell them, even though they're right, you know? And so she goes out walking in a veil and stuff, and so I like the, I don't know, overall setup of why she's doing it this way. I am curious how the I'm wearing makeup is meant to be said. Like, I just kind of said it as like, well, I am wearing makeup, so, you know, keep that in mind. But it kind of, because it doesn't have a tone indicator, just when I read it, how it ends up reading in my head is it just kind of reads like, I am wearing makeup. You know, like a deadpan kind of thing. But I don't know that that was the intent. In all my practices, I kept being like, I should actually cough when it says that Breo coughed. And so I finally did that on this version, but I don't think it was the right kind of cough. And I don't know if Wallery knew that he was going to ask to court her, but regardless, I like that he's just like, okay, like, let's change topics for a second. And she's like, what are we changing topics to? Nervous, you know? And then super cute that he asked for a courtship. Like, he just seems like a nice dude from what little we see of him, and I'm not a historian. I'm not very good with history, which is kind of a problem for what I write. But I don't know, like, if this is just the traditional way of courting someone, of just, like, being like, hello, yes, would you consider a courtship? Or if he is kind of being unique and just being forward and asking, like, hey, what do you think? But regardless, I'm into it. I feel like we should go back to that. I feel like that is, I mean, I guess that is saying, like, would you date me, or, you know, would you be my girlfriend, is kind of that in our world. But, like, you know, not trying to like skirt around like, is this a date? Is this not a date? Are we flirting? Are we not flirting? Like, just start with like, hello, my dear lady. Would you consider a courtship between us? My dear sir, would you consider a courtship between us? Like, that, like, genuinely, I of course you could rephrase it, but that would so work on me that if someone came up to me and was like, yes, hello, my lady, would you consider a courtship between us? It's like, well, like, even if I'm unsure, you got points for that. You got points for asking that way. And then I like the paragraph here where she's like, he is handsome though, but no, and I like that it kind of seems to be a combination of like, he can't know what I really am, and so even if there was a chance between us, like, even if I wasn't taken, you know, then still wouldn't really work because he can't know what I am. And then also, but wait a second, what am I thinking? I also got my dude, and I love my dude. You know? You cute, but I love my dude. I really like the, just the description of her action of, like, she thinks that and then shakes her head, and I love the word quirking for a smile, that... And she shakes her head, a smile quirking, super cute, and, like, immediately just, I don't know how to describe the vibes of it, but it has good vibes, and you can tell that she's not, like, she wasn't really thinking about, like, cheating on Dorgu or anything like that. It was just like, yeah, he's kind of cute, but I got my man up there. And I'm presuming that, like, Dorgu wrote her a poem and stuck it in the crenellations, maybe knowing that she would walk out with Braille, and is like, let me just, like, slip a little something for her to find. And that's cute as heck, if that's the case. I don't know if it needed, like, a little more explanation, so, like, people do say in the chat if you're like, I was confused about the rock. But... once I got what it was, I thought it was very cute. And then I like the action of her looking up at him when she says it. I think that's great. I am curious if Breo sees him, if he's like, oh yeah, there is a dude up there. I guess that's your dude. Or if he doesn't notice, you know. And then I like that she's like, it definitely reads as like very ladylike, walking up to like where she needs to go, and then immediately zooming up to her room, throwing off her clothes, scrubbing off her makeup, and going to Dorgu. And that's cute as heck. I love that. And I like the way that it's described that like, her wolf ears, her silvery pelt, like great words just describing that whole section and stuff. This is the thing that I think could be what leads to me, like, because I think that she does not have, like, I keep imagining her with quite a wolfy face, and I don't think she has that wolfy of a face. And I think part of the reason I keep imagining her that way is because, like, I'm presuming that part of the reason she's cool to be nude and nobody is, like, scolding her or saying that she needs to cover up is because fur covers her entire body. And so fur covering her entire body leads me to have more of this image of, like, yeah, she's got quite a wolfy face. Because, like, you know, you do you, it's your character design, but it seems a little strange to me to have, like, skin and, like, a human face with, like, a little cute, like, wolfy nose, and like, maybe some little fangs, and then the rest is fur, you know? But I, like, maybe that's just me, maybe that's exactly what she looks like, and, like I said, you do you if that's the case. But I think that's why I end up thinking she has a wolfy face. And of course, super cute that Dorgu likes her without the guys, and that's definitely like what I, as a reader, am thinking as I read it. That I'm like, I feel like that looks gross with all the makeup on her fur. And so then when he's like, yeah, you look better without it, I'm like, I'm with you, man. And it's just cute and sweet. Oh, and there's that line up here where she like has to force her tail to be still. So cute. that is like quite possibly the cutest part of the story. Like, I don't know exactly how to describe it. That it's not just like, oh yes, found this poem, like, tee-hee, tries to keep myself from smiling. But like, you know, her little wolfy reaction of like trying to stop her tail from wagging, I think is so evocative and adorable. And so then it mirrors the ending of like, now her tail is just out there for her, for all to see, and it's there and she doesn't have to hide it and she can be excited, and it's super cute. Let me see. Folks have been saying, thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish Misfit. That was one of the few I didn't read this week, but no, nothing really confusing for a newbie like me, says Taja Daleen. It was cute. Nice. Taja Daleen, it could maybe work to paint fur if you glue it first. I've seen people do that with eyebrows at least. Yeah, that is true. I have seen that with eyebrows. I am curious if that would work. Yeah, again, I think it would depend on how furry her face is, because if it's like, yeah, she got like a little fur here, I think you can maybe glue that down and paint it. But if it's like all of this is fur, ears, snout, then that would be a lot harder. I did imagine that her makeup is like a 1/4 inch of putty, says Death said, since I've been speckling my house and preparing for painting in the imminent future. I also wish I kept the line of where Walry is trying to avoid him seeing her in profile, which would hint that she looks more human straight on. That's great. I love that. Oh, that's too bad that had to be cut, because that would have been a great line to keep in there. I don't know. I haven't thought about stuff to cut, but I could try and look for something to cut to get that in. I mean, even though I like it, you could take this out, because you did say, hey, we're on the stone ramparts. I guess you could take out telling his dad, like, I like the line, it's very, like, old-timey etiquette stuff, but you could just say, 'twas a lovely dinner. I guess, I mean, it would only take out one word, or 2 words, but you could just go straight to, like, still, something in his voice made Walry tense. I don't know if that would be against your vision, though. I don't recommend it, because it's like the cutest part of the story. But if you like really needed to cut words, you could have you could cut the stone part and just go straight to her looking up at Dorgu in the window. But I think the stone thing is cuter and better to keep than clarifying that he hasn't seen her like in from the side. So yeah, I guess like hopefully the just the couple beginning lines would be enough to get that in there. I guess you could go straight to Walry giggled, her brushy tail sweeping side to side in delight. But, you know, I like this. I like the rest, and I still think it's cute. I guess the kissing his cheek is kind of important to, like, 100% confirm this is her man, you know? So I guess you could take out, you know, the little bit about her eyes glowing. Again, I don't see anything wrong with it. I like it, but it would have been nice to get that, he has to look at her head-on thing in there, so I might, like, personally think it's better to sacrifice the line about her eyes for that, but that's just me. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Dorgu put a poem out for her to find. Nice, super cute. Aw, Daleen, I want someone to do that for me too. Totally. They go, aw, she and Scribe have something in common. I want to be free of these clothes. I imagine her as covered from head to toe. Gotcha. So it is more in line with how I was imagining her. Well, that's good to know. We need more lady werewolves. And Drago, we absolutely do. Dolly, yes. Drago, forcing her hidden tail to be still. I love that she had an urge to wag her tail. Yes. Totally. Yeah, well, if it's true, you want no hair on places that you're going to put makeup on. It's why drag queens tend to shave their eyebrows. And if you have facial hair, it's well groomed and often close to the face. Well, how do I know this? I watched one video on drag queens. I wish I was kidding. We need more lady werewolves. You're a writer. Be the change you want to see in the world. To be fair, I have read stories from Wolf that are about lady werewolves. Let's see. I think I need to keep most of that. One smooths the transition from the opening paragraph to the beginning of that conversation, keeping the medieval etiquette Freyo has to mention his father in the context of offering courtship. And then leaving the poem out is in line with her understanding of courtly love. Maybe the eyes line could have been trimmed. Fair enough. And like, it's your story. It's totally fine if we disagree. But I guess I might say that I don't know if I need a transition, because I could just say like, hey, here they are. They're walking. Whoa. They're walking side by side yet worlds apart, and as they're walking side by side but worlds apart, Breyo says, "'Tis a lovely dinner," and all that. So I don't necessarily need to like have them pause to need that transition, if that makes sense. But that could just be me, and it's totally fair that you want to keep it. Wolf, I have multiple lady werewolves, but I am but one man. Incredible. Gotcha. I don't know, the rough draft didn't have that, and it felt a little choppier. I could send you the early draft to see if you still think that. You could. If you send it fast in the not so private chat, then I can quick take a skim of it and see how I like it. Delene, my biggest problem is that I don't only have werewolves, but also other therianthropes. Why is this a problem? This sounds like a solution. Just have a nice balance of all the genders of all the creatures. I mean, now that I say that, maybe that is the problem, because you have a menagerie of far too many human animal people that you just can't write enough stories about them. Giving me were-spiders. Are you sure you want were-spiders? Oh, where is it? Yeah, that's the GIF. This is going to be horrifying, FYI. Are you sure you want were-spiders, Wolf? I'm not going to show it on stream, but it is the were-spiders from Gravity Falls. From Draft 2. Bright moonlight set the stone ramparts of Castle Lovos aglow as Lady Walry and her dinner guest Sir Breyo stepped from the largest tower. The two walked side by side, yet worlds apart, for Walry was a whiff-wolf. Heavy makeup, veil, gloves, and a long gown concealed her half-bestial form. "'Twas a lovely dinner," Breyo said. "I'll be sure to tell my father Trasso of your hospitality." Personally, that works for me, actually. Because it kind of reads like, yep, here you go, here's the setting, here's the scene, and now we step into it. Now we're talking. But please, chat, feel free to say if you would agree or disagree. Jolene, I love it. The horse spider. But I'm weird, I like spiders. I just think angler fishies are cute. I could see that with some of them. Alrighty, Rue. Super cute story, Just said. Really enjoyed it. let us go on. Or wait a sec. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, wait a second. We did Darlene's, but we didn't do decoys. Aha. Oh yeah, I think I remember that. It says I kind of had a were-spider, and that she, like Valerie, is half woman, half spider in form in my Sidecar story this week. Nice. I watched Demon Slayer and played Werewolf the Forsaken, which features spider-human hybrids. I knew I'd be okay with it long ago. Fair enough. I guess it depends on what kind of were-spider you got, because I could see some versions of them being cute, but if you're gonna do what this lady did in Gravity Falls, I don't consider that cute. Anywho, hopefully Decoy is still here. I have no ability to move you anymore. Alrighty. Sheila from Lord of the Rings is on your Hear Me Out list? Okay, that's a new level. That's different from like, yeah, we got a cute lady, but she got like a spider body. Yeah, that's different. I'm not with you there. Like, you do you, man, but I ain't with you there. I mean, I don't have any kind of actual Hear Me Out list. But, anyways. Mountaintop Rendezvous by Decoy. 350 words. Content warning, gore. The sun beat down on the ridge as I collapsed into a heap. Lugging all this fireproof gear had been harder going than I anticipated. I had a breathtaking view of the gnarled mass of the Weald, ever creeping forward. Still, it kept the nations either side of it from bickering too much. Good fences make good neighbors, and a mass of carnivorous plants was the best fence you couldn't buy. My stomach rumbled as I took in the scenery. Fortunately, I'd spied a mountain hare on my way up. One well-placed rock later, and lunch was sorted. I unclipped it from my pack and dressed it on the mountainside, flicking stringy bits of entrails off the cliffside, hearing it splat below. Suddenly, I was the hare, and someone was watching me. My nape tingled. I twisted around, trying to locate the threat. And it was right there. First, my eyes rested on claws bigger and sharper than longswords. Sleek, brilliant crimson scales, harder than any armor. Huge reptilian eyes, a gaze that could melt hearts and anvils. Teeth that could crunch, blazing breath, all in a mouth that was opening. I was hi! The gargantuan beast boomed. I held up my skinning knife, blade still dripping with blood. This one could talk? Ew, it said. You know, you should probably bow. The wyvern had been pestering the foothill farms, but wyverns can't talk. They were enormous lazy pests that slept for weeks. It should be in a cave. The great beast sighed. Relax. I only eat cows and stuff. Princess promise. It held out a long talon and laughed. Oh wait, you're... Yeah. It tapped a tiara that had been turned into a horn ornament. A curse. I went feral for a while. It was hard to tell if she was blushing with all the red. You try adjusting when one day your sneeze become a pyroclastic flare. My mind was still reeling. So, I guess I either gotta kill you or go home. I wondered whether it was too late to play dead. So, those moths and monsters cheer for the story if you loved it. Delian says, ooh, I like that one, even if there are a few confusing bits on my first read. I think I wrote a review for it, too. Well, what were you confused by, Darlene? I enjoyed this one quite a bit myself. Decoy says, hi readers, I knew I'd get this done. I had the first part knocking around my head while on walks this week. I know it's a very straight take on the prompt, but hey, someone has to do it. And what is this prompt for, if not the dragon is the princess? I very nearly wrote something a lot more Slay the Princess-y. If you have not played that and like visual novel thingies, I highly recommend it. Hope you all have a lovely weekend. Your notes are always so sweet. I'm super curious if you know that Death's Head also, like, for a while it was like right after Beauty is the Beast, also has a prompt, the princess is the dragon. And so I'm curious if you were like, this was the story in my head on the back burner for that prompt and I'll just use it for this one, or if you like had no idea that, that was also a potential prompt. Oh, thank you for the nice beefy cheer, Mako. Really appreciate it. I did not know that was a prompt. Nice. Well, if Dessa submits, or if, I think Dessa does continue to submit it, but if it wins, you will have to, like, write a sequel to this or a prequel to this. Yep, I keep submitting The Princess is the Dragon, and that story fits it so well. Exactly. Alrighty, room. I think your intro is pretty good. I think introducing, like, hey, I had to lug fireproof gear up here is a good little hint of, like, oh, why does he need fireproof gear? He thinks he's gonna run into fire, and so it's hopefully a little bit less surprising when he runs into a dragon later. Or a wyvern in this case. And then I like him talking about the view. I can totally imagine that you're going up to the dragon's mountain cave and you're like, wow, my city is so beautiful. My little town seems so insignificant now. I like the little detail about the nations on either side and like the carnivorous plants and stuff like that. It's fun. It's one of those things that, like, could get confusing or could be unnecessary, and so, like, I could see there being some worthy critiques of it, but it worked for me. I thought it was fun. I thought it was a great image and introduction to the world, and, like, hey, fantasy stuff is going on here. So I do like the description of, like, alright, I spotted a hare and, like, a rock later, lunch is sorted. I like kind of how, like, I don't know, simple and casual that is. Honestly, probably my biggest critique of the entire story is just for the line, flicking stringy bits of entrails off the cliffside and hearing it splat below. Because that line makes the story require a gore warning. And it's not a gory story. Like, the story as a whole is super cute and lighthearted and fun. And suddenly I had to stick a potentially triggering image in the middle of my cute story. And it's like, I know that, like, we just have, like, different preferences and stuff like that regarding this kind of thing, but for me personally, it's unnecessary to say that he's, like, flicking stringy bits of entrails off and hearing it splat below, and it, like, makes me dislike the story more than I should, you know, that it only adds negatives for me. It isn't like, oh, you know, it's not necessary, but it's fine. Rather, it's like, it's not necessary, and it makes me consider if I want to keep reading this story, you know, and I don't know if I've talked about this on stream before, and I can't remember exactly where I got it, if it was like somebody's advice in response to a story I wrote, or if it's just like a general advice thing that I saw, but in the past I kind of have wondered, okay, like, what's the difference between a violent story and a gory story? And it is this, that, like, saying, what was the example that I used? Saying, I stabbed the man is different from saying, I slashed open his belly and his intestines slurped out. You know, if you're just saying, like, the action of what someone did, that there was stabbing occurring, you know, in this case, that, like, hey, one well-placed rock, we dressed it, you know, all those things are totally fine. It's like, yeah, something violent happened to the hair, but it's okay. But going in detail into, like, the processes and the fleshy bits, you know, of what's going on and the entrails and stuff like that, that's what gore is. And so, to me, it added nothing to the story to know that he flung entrails and heard it splat below. And both of those things are horrific images to me. So, like, it added nothing to add that in there, and in fact only added horror and grossness that this story didn't need, and was, for me, completely out of tone and out of sync with the rest of this very cute story. And of course, folks in the chat can disagree if they're like, you know, I don't think it messed with the tone at all, and like I said, people have different tolerances, and so I'm sure for others, if not most, they're like, it's fine, I wasn't bothered by it. But it's just kind of one of those things that where it's like, you wrote a very cute, like, family-friendly story. Why do we have to throw something that is potentially, like, very upsetting and triggering in the middle of it and like, potentially ruin it for some readers, if that makes sense. The next line, so I do like what you're going here, for here, of suddenly I was the hare, of just this straight metaphor of like, oh, like, I just, like, I captured my prey, and I am realizing I am prey now. And I do really like that, but I do think that that is a very easily confusing line, that, that it can very much, like, we're in a fantasy world, like, a lot of us are fantasy writers, this is Beauty is the Beast, and so I think it easily can read as, like, I got turned into the hare, and that is how I read that at first, that, like, killing the hare, or something about what he did with its body, caused him to get cursed, and caused him to become a hare, and then I was like, no, wait a second, I think it was just, like, metaphorical language. So I didn't really think too deeply about, like, what I replace it with to, like, try to keep the vibes while not having the confusion, and so I don't know, that could be pretty difficult to do. I can see if I can think. I mean, it's less poetic, but you could say, suddenly I was in the hare's position, and that would be like, okay, it's not that you are the hare, it's just that you are now in the same position that the hare was, you are being hunted, you know, kind of thing. Is there anything else you could do? I guess you could say, suddenly I was like the hare, and then that would fix it, so maybe it's not as difficult as I thought. But I do like your description of his reaction and how it is rather, like, prey, hare-like. I think that works well, and he, like, slowly, you know, twists around kind of thing. I really like and it was right there, that it's like this huge thing, it's right there, how did I not notice? Works super well. Very sharper than long swords, that is a great metaphor. That is one of those things where, in first person especially, you want your character to have voice, and your character is going to think, is not going to know about, like, computers and stuff like that. And so there are times where you might be tempted to use a simile or metaphor that your character, especially if it's a first person character, wouldn't use. And so, yeah, like, he's a knight, seemingly. And so, of course, he's gonna be thinking about longswords and how the claws are like longswords. I think that works really well. So when I read this paragraph, I thought that the prompt use was going to be a different use, and I like both. I like both the prompt use that you used and the one that I at first thought you were going to use. The one I at first thought you were going to use is basically this idea of, like, she is a beast, or, you know, in this case, it might not have been a she, but it's just like, this creature, they're a dragon, they're a beast, they're going to eat me, but dang if they ain't pretty, you know, and not necessarily in, like, a romantic or sexual way, but it's just like, wow, stunning, you know, that, I guess it's kind of like, you know, if a tiger comes to kill you, you can be like, I am terrified of this tiger, they're definitely a vicious beast, but dang if that ain't a pretty tiger, you know? And I'm kind of surprised, I mean, I haven't read all the Read Last Week stories, but I'm kind of surprised I didn't see more of that kind of take, because I think that's kind of fun, where it's like, no, they're totally a beast, they're totally gonna eat me, but they pretty, though, you know? So I like your description. I like, that there is beauty in there, like sleek, could melt hearts, that kind of thing. And I do like that the swear gets cut off here. That's very fun. I don't know if I gave the right voice to the dragon, because, like, I could have tried to give her a more booming voice, but I thought it would sell the, I don't know, like, the twist a little more if she sounded more princess-like. Smaller thing, but I like both her, like, ew at the knife and her being like, I'm a princess, you should probably bow. But I feel like the two don't quite click in the same paragraph, so I feel like just sticking to one would be better, and I probably would have stuck to the, you should probably bow. I guess you could have actually done it like, hi, the gargantuan beast boomed. And then, I don't know. I was gonna just say, you should probably bow, but maybe that is fast because we don't know how he reacted. I guess she could say something like, you should probably bow. And put that away. And put that gross thing away. Kind of thing. I don't know. I do like the little description here of, like, I was sent here because a wyvern was pestering the Foothill farms, but wyverns can't talk. What's happening? And I think that works well for us to, be asking, okay, why can't this one? And so when we get the answer that she's a princess cursed, I think it works very well. I don't know exactly why he, like, thinks that she should be asleep right now, because, like, even if wyverns sleep for weeks, how do you know the process? Or how do you know the schedule? But regardless, I do like that idea of, like, she should be asleep right now so I can kill her. What's going on? The Princess Promise is super cute. I do feel like that could be a little bit of an obtuse way to convey that she is a princess, especially because his question of, like, wait, you're a princess, gets cut off. And so I'm a little torn on that because I think it's super cute and I like it a lot, and I like it that you aren't just being like, hey, yo, I'm a princess. But I do enjoy it. I do think this should be up here, because the wait your has no dialogue tag on it, and so we can easily, especially because you have her saying and doing something, her saying and doing something right after it. This could also be her saying and doing something, or saying something at least. And so I think just having it be, yep, she says her thing, she does her thing, and now it's his turn, would help clarify that. I do think that's cute. I mean, cute, but probably a little horrifying for her that, like, her tiara turned into, like, her horns. I do like the, like, yeah, I went feral for a while. Sorry. And, it makes sense that it's like suddenly she's a dragon and she doesn't know what to do. And, yeah, it makes sense. I kind of like, the blushing thing, because knowing that line can be like, I'm so embarrassed, I went feral for a while, is really cute and fun. Though it does seem a little odd that he is concerned with whether or not she's blushing, that why this is even coming to his mind, rather than like, are you going to eat me still? Like, what's the situation on the eating me? On the one hand, I kind of like that you use the unique phrasing of pyroclastic flare. On the other hand, I don't know if just saying, fire. If you try addressing when one day you sneeze fire, that would be a little bit clearer. I don't know how confusing that would be. I feel like either could work. I do like that by the end she is, I presume this is her, though again, a dialogue tag would be nice. That her, like, she seems really cute and nice and stuff like that, and, like, is like, no, I don't eat people. She's like, I still need to figure out if I'm gonna kill you, though. Choices. And I do like that seems to be her vibe overall, like, choices, you know. And part of the reason why a dialogue tag would be good there is because he was here to kill her, and so it easily can read as like him being like, okay, I guess I need to decide if I'm gonna kill you or go back home. Choices. The reason I think it's her is because this, I presume, is his response to what she says, but still. I do kind of like that as the last line, though on the other hand, it kind of feels a little over the top of like, yeah, man, of course it's too late to play dead. You've had a whole conversation with her. So it's kind of cute. It's kind of funny. I like that he's like, what are my options here? Play dead, maybe? You know? So, I don't know. But, yes, curious what you guys think, if you're confused about anything, if you enjoyed it. Alrighty, real. Thank you for the cheer, Dustin. 2 stories unlocked. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Taja Deline, one confusing bit was the suddenly I was the hair, causing my mind, cause my mind took it literally at first. And I was confused a little by that last spoken bit because it took me a bit to figure out who said it. Yep, so 2 critiques I did have. Decoy, I didn't think it was that bad. I agree, it made me totally inconsistent. Fair. Tasha Lily, to me that bit was just something normal, but then again my granddad showed me how to gut fish when I was about 10. I do think it is something normal for that situation. Like, I'm not saying that's not something would happen, but that's kind of the same thing with, like, if you cut someone's stomach open, their intestines are probably gonna fall out. But do I need to be imagining that in my fictional story? Not really. So it's like, yeah, is that realistic? Totally. But do we need to describe it? Do we need to hear about that? Especially if, you know, for little sensitive people like me who, like, didn't grow up doing that kind of thing. I feel like we don't need to. And it's also, like, the fact that, like, the splat that really feels, like, overindulgent to me, that it's not just like, here's the facts, yep, I skinned the hair. It's like, oh yeah, I flung those stringy bits and I heard them splat, you know? It's like, that's a little over the top for me. You know, are you gonna be, when you're gutting your fish, listening for that splat, you know, kind of thing? Mako, I mean, it is objectively gory to describe tossing entrails around, saying he took his rabbit and started to prepare it for cooking. I assume that was gonna be, just saying that he took the rabbit and started to prepare it for cooking wouldn't have been gory or would have worked better, which I do agree with. That is true, that 1 or 2 votes in the suggestion channel can completely upend which prompts are in the poll. Yeah, so PSA to everybody. So actually, let's do 2 PSAs. I have added this to my my announcement every week, but people know what the announcement says, so I don't think that they reread it. But like your own prompts. And so, because if you like your own prompts, then that means that non-supporters can also like them. So non-supporters can't like submit prompts, but they can like prompts if a supporter has liked them. And so if you're submitting, you are a supporter, so you can like your own prompt, and then other people can too. And it covers the potential question of, like, because I feel like for someone like me, I'm like, oh, is it, like, morally wrong to like my own prompt? And then I might see, like, somebody else liking their own prompt, and I'm like, they're doing it. But, like, if only they do it and I do it, then that gives everybody else an unfair advantage. Or that gives us an unfair advantage against everybody else. You know, and so it's just like, yeah, let's just make that the baseline. Like your own prompts. Be like Reddit. Give yourself an upvote when you post. And so that's the first PSA, and then the second PSA is, yes, even if you're not a supporter, you can like prompts. And so go ahead and go ahead and like a prompt that you like, because it might change who gets into the poll. Oh, ad coming. Yeah, still even pointing this out. I definitely trimmed it too hard. I'm going from simile to metaphor. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, so Decoy's saying that he mutes that channel because it pings too much. I think the confusion is the difference between pings and new server messages. Because to me, new server messages don't ping you. Like, they don't give you that red one alert, you know? But there is a little thing on the side of the server that's like, hey, new messages in this channel. And so I think Decoy is saying that he just like clears out the server and doesn't like seeing the new messages thing. Not necessarily that they actively ping him. Yeah, the description here is definitely to show off the majestic beauty of the monster. Yeah, you did quite well, says Delene. Nice. It was Pinky Promise initially. Yeah, I was thinking that. That's funny, because when I was like describing it to others, I used that others were like, Princess Promise, what's that? I was like, it's like Pinky Promise, but Princess Promise. Good point on the paragraph formatting, and yes, the last dialogue is the princesses. Gotcha. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Yeah, there was supposed to be more to that sentence. I don't know how I missed that. Yeah, I think because I'm pretty sure you have other options than muting it. I don't have anything muted. It still doesn't tell me a damn thing. Yeah, I think it's just that the new messages thing, which you may not pay attention to. Not everyone does. Though now that I think about it, there is one ping you would get, which is the weekly prompt ping. I think I'll wander through the prompt suggestions and like things, yes. Yeah, exactly. It's not a ping, but it is unread stuff on the server marker mute channels that I don't want that to appear for. Fair. Okay, resuming my story. So, I was like admiring the mystery boxes in the back of Walmart, and then my mom was pointing out, you know, the Lord of the Rings mini brands and stuff, and I was like, don't tempt me, Frodo, because, you know, I don't have the money for any of these right now. And then my mom was like, I'll buy you one. And I was like, just like, pick one? Like any of them? And she was like, yeah, just pick one. I'll buy you one. I'm like, oh, that's so sweet. And so I decided to pick this one, which is Aphmau. At least I think that's how you say it. I don't follow her YouTube, but I have seen these little kitties around, and they seem super cute. Of course, I was going to pick the Mariah Elizabeth ones, but she didn't have the ones I wanted. Like, I like her cat characters, her dog, her like minimal dog characters. I like some of her dinosaur characters. I like her weird dinosaur characters, like Burp and Evan. But the ones that they had just were like, it was like Georgie and like, I'm blanking on the others, but just the ones I wasn't as interested in. But when I saw this one, I was like, cute cats. I know I'm gonna like cute cats. And I looked at the options and I was like, I think I'd be pretty happy with a lot of these. And so I was thinking, like, probably my favorites are the Earth Kitty, and then I didn't even see, like, the other side at first, but I was like, ooh, this little white kitty, like, I like that expression. That's a different expression. It looks sleepy and cute. Of course, I also like the kind of bat kitty on the side, too, but I was like, that little white one is my favorite. And I was like, there's only one I don't like, but I don't want to say it because I don't want to jinx myself. And I have bought a couple mystery boxes, and I have never gotten the one I want, and it's part of why I don't tend to buy them, is because, yeah, you don't tend to get the ones you want. And so I started to open it up. and I saw some blue and in like a little hole on it, and I thought I was cool with the blue kitty, but like when I saw that, I felt the disappointment. And then I fully opened it up, and it's the little white one that I like so much. This is, I think, the first time that I have opened up a mystery box and I got exactly the one I wanted, and I realized I did not do the big camera for this. But it's so cute. I really like it. I think it's really well made. It's really fluffy, and like the eyes and stuff are embroidered or everything. I think it's a really good mystery box. So it's just a little joy in my life. It made me happy. It's a cute little kitty. Yeah, isn't it, Decoy? It's a cute kitty. Over here. Yep, Mako. I never even noticed them. Georgie, we all float down here? I'm not sure I get it. Okie dokie. Well, it's midstream question time. I don't think I left a space for it. Yep. My nose used to be blown. But if I recall, we have them pinned. That's a little too big. Okay. Okie dokie. Oh, from that, gotcha. Okie dokie. Tyler Elliott has to go. It was indeed great to see you. Okie dokie. So yes, oops. Oh, not oops. There, yes. What other media inspires you? Submitted by Wolfsbane. My nose is bothering me so much, I can't even explain. I just need to go. Okay, here's your music. Bye. Okay. Hello, peeps. So, I told I told my parents my jokey thing. We spent a lot of time talking about flesh. And granted, I did then, proceed to explain it. But at the end of the day, it gave my dad a revelation about the Bible. So here I was, thinking of the horrors that they would think when they were informed. But in fact, revelations. If you want to know what it's like to be a Christian, this is the real experience. You hear about wacky things that happen on stream and it makes you think about Jesus. But anyways, as for our question, what other media inspires you? Massa says, what other media inspires me besides books and some of the short stories published here, I presume? Anime, of course, is a big one, given that Genre Rake is meant to gently skewer the media that inspired it. I feel like that's an oxymoron. I don't feel like there's any way to gently skewer something. But okay. And my fellow creators and I will draw on everything from Naruto or Sailor Moon to far less mainstream titles like Yamichi Bai or TQ. I want to say video games just because that is the media I consume the most, and it does happen, but not nearly as much as one would think. Movies also serve as an inspiration at times, but again, surprisingly not as much as you would think. Although The Thing and Invasion of the Body Snatchers inspired one of my longer form Ridge Cloud stories. Nice. Yeah, I feel like I'm not going to have a lot of response for these. It's just going to be like, cool. That's what inspires you. um, well, let me think. There's so much I want to go over, but I can only type so much. I have influences in mythology, folklore, film, history, books, TV, especially horror TV, video games, podcasts, web video, drama, and musicals. The creature of the werewolf has terrified me and fascinated me ever since I was 8. I've always been a huge fan of the American Gothic movement, so that's been a big influence. I also have a lot of love for A Midsummer Night's Dream, as I read that at 12 of my own volition. Though I think the thing that inspired me to write was, of all things, fan fiction. No, I will not show you. It's very rudimentary. As I transitioned from fan fiction to original fiction, I became more interested in horror. The Ginger Snaps trilogy is a big influence, as is the Nightmare on Elm Street film series. And then the podcast came in with even more dimension with Magnus Archives, Old Gods of Appalachia, and Silt Verses being the ones that most heavily influenced my writing. Speaking of Magnus Archives, I have a thing from Reddit that I think will be fun to experience together. As in, like, just a fun aside for chat to do, or do you want me to click on it and, like, see my reaction to it? It's funny that you phrase it as, was, of all things, fanfiction. Because, I feel like that's how a lot of people start out writing. That's absolutely how I started out writing. I mean, not exactly how I started out, because what started me out writing, which this would be a good question too. Actually, let's drop that in the midstream question chat. But the thing that first got me into writing is that my school would do kind of a, I want to say a book fair, but the book fair was a different thing. So now I'm not remembering like what it was called, or if it was like book fair but different, or if it was at the same time as the book fair. It's just like, here are the books other people wrote that you buy, and here are the things that you wrote. But whatever it was, like every year, there would be like a writing, thing where it would be like, okay, like you have some sort of prompt or parameter, and it would tend to be about like the type of story. So like one year it was all about fables, and so you had to write a fable and have like a moral to it and stuff like that. And so it would be that sort of thing, each year, ever since kindergarten. And so that was like my favorite part of the year, I think, other than summer. And then the actual book fair. I absolutely loved doing that. It was something I really looked forward to. It was super fun. I still have a lot, if not all, of the stories I wrote for those, and it just got me really into writing. I think especially the story I wrote for first grade. I think that, like, my teacher and parents just, like, really encouraged me, and it's like, oh, this is something I'm good at. And that story that I wrote in first grade, that I was like, oh, I could be a writer, I think. Or it's like, I'm into this, at least, was about a redeemable villain. Just crazy to me. But anyways, so, like, I did start writing original stuff, but, like, seriously sitting down and honing my craft, I did do fan fiction, and I would guess that a lot of folks, if not even just a lot of folks here, got their start in fan fiction.
Well, Kitty. You're so cute. Oh, you're so cute, yes.
And I think that's cool that you were also talking about that, the werewolves terrified you and fascinated you since you were 8. Very neat.
Oh, the kitty.
But over here, that said, I guess all media does. I've been inspired by things I've read, pictures I've seen online, shows / movies, even walks I've had through places in nature and other cities. Yeah, really good point. All other media I consume inspires me. I've written based on songs, stories, TV shows, movies, games, anime. I guess maybe I haven't written anything based on art, plays, theaters, and such. Fair enough. Mark, same, everything. Music, movies, comics, manga, cartoons, wrestling storylines, video games. It entertains me. It'll probably inspire me. Oh, that's a good line. That's a good quote. Makeup, yeah, just about everything. If it makes me think about it at all, it will if it makes me think at all, it will inevitably have me wondering how to apply some aspect of it to my work. Decoy, pretty much any fantasy, historical TV show or movie will make me think, how would I run that in a TTRPG session at some point? Nice. But yeah, I would agree with that that also is kind of everything. I've talked about before how, like, there's kind of this saying in writing circles of, like, you know, waiting to write for waiting for inspiration to hit you to start writing is like waiting at a train station to be hit by a plane. And, like, I don't agree with that. Like, there's some aspects I agree with it, but the general sentiment I think is just like, just sit down and write. And, like, there is a sense in which, like, there is some good advice there, but it sounds like it's saying inspiration is stupid and fleeting and don't look for it, you know? And it's like, I kind of think the opposite. Make your own inspiration. And that, like, go watch a movie that's gonna inspire you, listen to a song that's gonna inspire you, read a book that's gonna inspire you, and then go sit down and write. So, like, yes, do sit down and write every day, but you don't have to just be like, okay, I don't have any inspiration, like, go make some. And so I would agree with that. Like, it's not, for me, it's not every single show that inspires me, or every book, or every song, but absolutely, there are certain songs, certain shows, certain scenes in shows and books and stuff like that that inspire me. And so, I mean, it kind of depends, because, like, I wouldn't say it's just my genre. I can absolutely be inspired by things outside of my genre, so I don't know what I'd pinpoint as, like, what specifically you know, what inspires me versus what doesn't. I would guess it's like, if there's some connection to what I'm working on, that can inspire me, and, you know, that could be a lot of different things. Gently skewer, kindly parody. Gotcha. Just said, I have a quick question. Would it be alright if someone posted a rough draft brainstorming thread as soon as the prompt is announced today? Last week, one writer posted a rough draft on Sunday before it was up, and I don't think it got as many eyes as it should have. Yeah, that's fine. I was actually thinking about posting it on Sunday myself, but if you'd like to do it even tonight, go right ahead. I'm cool with that. I gotta see what we've posted here. Over here. Okay, what's this? A guest for Mr. Spider, part 1 of 2. Cute little spider. He's, like, dancing around. Knock, knock. Who is it, Mr. Spider? It's a fly dude. It's Mr. Bluebottle, and he's brought you cake. I thought it said enough. He's enough, you cake. Green cake. Mr. Spider doesn't like it. How... I feel like this might go on too long, but it seems cute, so I will look at it on my own later. Kitty cat. Are we doing this song and dance again? Kitty cat. Alright. Very fun discussion. Thank you so much for submitting. Alright. I hope Drago is still here. Somebody tag her. We can try and make sure. What do you think, kitty cat? I see D ... Okay, I am. There we go. Okie dokie. The Joy of Compersion. A Stupid Sexy Dragon series by Dragon. 350 words. Jura the dragon and Yara the human knight walked through a crowded city. Creatures of many shapes were mixed seamlessly between humans draped in colorful clothes. Everything was so alive, bustling with commerce and trade, and street artists bringing their craft to the world. A horse carriage just passed them with draft horses, just a bit shorter than her dragon companion. Not counting his neck, of course, and the never-shutting-up head attached to it. I think you should at least try getting a girlfriend. Jura continued the conversation they had before they arrived at the gates. Yara looked at him with a mix of amusement and disbelief. You do realize that is weird advice coming from you. Why is that? He asked with a cheerful ignorance. Or was he baiting her? She wasn't sure. She paused at his question. Humans tend to keep a close guard on their romantic prospects. Depends on what humans you've met. He smiled joyfully, with a hint of mischief in his eyes. Besides, not all dragons are like me. She rolled her eyes. I'm not even mentioning that where I'm from, women pursuing women would be frowned upon. Oh my, oh my. Then look for a human friend. I think you badly need one. He nudged her side with his snout. Then he stopped and dramatically put claws on his proud chest. And I will be the one to sing a ballad to a fair maiden. Or maybe a muscular blacksmith. He smirked. This city is known for many species cohabitating to... Oh, look, a dryad! His pink horse-like ears perked up as he trotted towards the unfamiliar figure. She sighed and followed him. To the dryad, to the speaking cat, to the pretty witch and handsome bartender, and she watched as he made a show of himself and entertained everyone with his charismatic speeches. She thought she would feel jealous watching all this, but somehow she felt joy. A warm smile stayed on her face as she watched him do what she couldn't. She felt included. Throw those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. Thank you for the definition, Wolf. So I saw the title on the story and I was like, is that a word? And then word was like, put the red line. I was like, no, it's not a word. And then I actually looked it up and it is a word. And it is a noun, and means, especially among polyamorous people, a feeling of happiness caused by another person's happiness, especially by seeing one's romantic or sexual partner interacting positively with another one of their partners. So it means kind of exactly what happens in the story.
Kitty cat, you sure? Must you go? Must you?
I think Drago had some notes. I think that's what this is. Yep. Fun fact, when I first read this prompt, I wondered how to twist it so my characters can suffer in an original way. Original way. And considering that Beauty is the Beast is basically the premise of Stupid Sexy Dragon, I had to write something. But honestly, I didn't have the emotional capacity for anything heavy and decided to just speedrun something light and fun. Well, you know, I always like something light and fun. So, I mean, I might have liked your dark story, not your dork story, your dark story, too. I don't know what it would have been, but I know I liked this one. It was very, very heartwarming. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. I think the setting is pretty good. I can really imagine how colorful it is and how, like, there's creatures of many shapes and sizes and different races, and even the humans are colorful. And so it's just this bright, wonderful, bustling, colorful city. And I can totally imagine, you know, the artists, you know, selling their art and stuff like that. That's great. I think, a little bit nitpicky, I think this might be better separated into two sentences, just saying, like, a horse carriage just passed them, or a horse carriage barely missed them. its draft horses, did you say? Okay, yeah. Its draft horses were just a bit shorter than her dragon companion. As I think as I read that, I was like, okay, a horse carriage just passed them with draft horses. Yeah, I kind of assumed a carriage would have horses. Just a bit shorter than her dragon companion. Oh, okay, that's why you brought up the horses. So I think just separating it would stop that potential thought. I could see there being a critique for the never shutting up head, but for me it worked as long as you put those little dashes in between. I think I talked about this fairly recently, that here you have 3 words that are acting like an adjective. Like these words aren't necessarily an adjective. Adjectives, but together they're acting as a single adjective, and so that's why you put the dashes between them to basically be like, this is acting as one word right now. And so it actually works for me. I'm a little torn because on the one hand I think it's really cute, it's a character thing, and it's like, oh, you know, that dragon never shutting up, but it's kind of cute and playful and stuff like that. On the other hand, especially if you don't know the characters, it could undermine where you go in the end of, like, she likes that he never shuts up. You know, she likes that he's going around and talking to all these other people. So I could see that causing some, like, underminingness or confusion. Personally, I liked it. So... I'm correct that both Yara and Zhur are bi, right? And so on the one hand, I kind of get why you brought up girlfriend, because it's like, ooh, you know, we can kind of talk about how that might be frowned upon by the people from where what did she say? Like, where I'm from? Yeah, where the people where I'm from would frown upon that, and it is an interesting discussion and stuff like that. But I'm curious why Zhur was specifically thinking girlfriend rather than just like, you should get a significant other and not bother with gender because we're all good, you know? I do think it's cute that she's like, that is weird advice considering you're my romantic partner, you know? I do like he asked with cheerful ignorance or was he baiting her? I could totally see both. I kind of read it as the more cheerful ignorance, but I could totally see him knowing exactly what she means and baiting her. Really cute, really shows their relationship and their dynamic. There's a slight awkwardness in her response, because like I said, I think what she's meaning is like, that's weird advice coming from you because you're who I'm romantically with, and like a lot of humans are monogamous. I think what makes it a little awkward to me is because prospects tends to be a future thing of like, I keep a close guard on who I will be with in the future. And so it kind of sounds like she's saying humans don't tell people who they want to be with. You know, they don't say, I have a crush on this person. And that might be true of some humans, but I feel like most humans are, like, happy to, like, you know, talk to their best friends and stuff like that about who they have a crush on. And so, I do think that just straight up saying, like, humans tend to be monogamous, you know, would be a lot clearer of a way to say that. If there was a word that was more of, like, you could just say humans tend to keep a close guard on their romantic partners. That could be confusing to newcomers, because newcomers might not realize he's her partner, and that's why she's saying this. But that could also help with the prospects issue. And then fair that it's like, hey, maybe some humans are, but not all humans are. And I like the hint of mischief in his eyes. I'm not quite sure how, besides not all dragons are like me, follows, though. Because, like, what did I write down? There were, like, 3 different options that I thought of for this. One was, not all humans are the same, and not all dragons are the same. Like, not all humans are monogamous, not all dragons are monogamous. It could be that he's saying, besides, like, I'm super hot and awesome, and I know you'll never leave me, you know? I know that you won't be finding a new girlfriend to be with and leave me. We'll be, boyfriend, girlfriend together. And he could also be saying, besides, not every dragon is so accepting, and you know that like there might be dragons like her old group that wouldn't be accepting of, you know, same-sex relationships and stuff like that. And either of those could work as like a response there, but it's unclear, and so it just kind of reads like a random aside of like, humans tend to be monogamous. Not all humans. Besides, not all dragons are like me. It's like, what do you mean there, bud? You know? And then, like I said, fair and interesting to bring up that, like, it does bring up that Jur is, like, really open to, like, romance, polyamory, LGBTQ stuff, and Yara's like, I grew up real, like, sheltered and stuff, man, and in kind of a religious cult, so, like, not sure if I'm ready to dive into that swimming pool yet, you know? I do like his kind of, I'm assuming it's kind of an over dramatic, oh my, like, oh no, clutches pearls, you know? I think that's pretty great. And I do like that and it's kind of interesting, because, like, he could have gone the direction of, like, oh, it's fine, like, you don't need to worry about what they think, you know? And that would have worked as well, but I kind of like that he went for then look for a human friend. That kind of seems like he was emotionally in tune with her enough to go, like, okay, she might not be comfortable with that yet. If she's not, okay, look for a human friend then. And I think that's cute as well. I like how I think you badly need one is both like, I care about you and I see that you're lonely and I want you to have a friend. And it's also a bit of an insult that it's like, you friendless weirdo. You know, you definitely need one. And so I like that line a lot. I don't know, it could be clearer to say, like, look for a friend among your own kind instead of look for a human friend. But it's not too bad. Oh yeah, I didn't actually ask the chat. If you don't know these characters, was anything confusing? I do like his dramatic attitude of, I will be the one to sing a ballad to a fair maiden. I'm not quite sure I get the transition there. I guess he's saying, like, oh, if you're not going to go look for a girlfriend, then I will, you know? And that is kind of cute. I don't know how to feel about oh, look, a dryad! Because on the one hand, like, it's kind of cute, and it fits within his list of, like, it could be a fair maiden, it could be a muscular blacksmith, it could be a dryad, you know? But on the other hand, it sounds like, you know, just the staging of he trotted towards the unfamiliar figure. Seems like he said that really loudly within earshot. And if I were the dryad, I'd be like, back away, sir. You know, I would not be charmed by this. Like, it kind of reads like, oh, look, a white person! And it's like, no thank you. Like, can you back up, sir? Maybe that's not exactly the vibe, but that's the only example I can think. But especially if she doesn't hear him, it is kind of cute. I see that that the ad is coming, so we'll have to hit pause for a second. But yeah, so I was showing you cute kitty. Go back. Cute kitty I got out of a box that I think is probably the first the first time that I've gotten what I wanted out of a box. But I was so happy about it that, yeah, I did do some more digging, and seeing pictures of the other ones, I actually think I might have been happy with any of them. Even the one I didn't like when I saw it online, I was like, actually, that's pretty cool. I may have been bit by the bug with this. I may have to get more when I have money. They're really cute. Also, did you see the little toe beans? The little paws. They're embroidered too. They're really cute.
I love it.
Mariah Elizabeth, maybe it was all a ploy to sell more mystery boxes, but I don't think it's a bad idea. That she was saying if you get like duplicates, then customize them. You know, customize the duplicates that you get, which I think is a really good idea. And like I was thinking, if I got more and I got a duplicate, what would I do? And I feel like it'd be really cute because this kitty looks like a cloud to make it look like a storm cloud. However, this fur like would be particularly bad to paint. Like it's not great to paint any sort of plush, but I think this would be particularly problematic. So I don't know that I could do it, but I think that's a cute idea. Let's see. That was the only thing I prepped for show and tell. What to discuss? Like I remember I was gonna talk more about like because I was talking about photo ops, and I recalled that I was like, oh, I can tell you the stories of when I got the other ones, but I don't know. we're only at like a minute 30 in this one, and I think there's only one ad that's gonna be, well, I don't know. It depends. It depends on if we unlock more stories, but there might be only one ad left. So no, I don't know that it's worth starting a whole big new story, ad story. Anything else interesting to discuss? I think you guys know that I watch Game Grumps and Jacksepticeye, and Game Grumps, they did a whole long series of playing Supermarket Simulator. I don't tend to keep up with like what they post as they post it. I just like pick a series and follow it. And so I was following Supermarket Simulator for a while, and then I loved it, but I stepped away for some reason. And then Jacksepticeye started playing it. And so I started watching both and going back to Game Grumps, and like there's just something so addictive about Aaron's sheer chaos in that series that like I love Jacksepticeye, but like Aaron's series, the Game Grumps series, is way more entertaining. I don't even know how to describe it. It's just like he's just running around the store screaming about chicken and getting up on the counters and shouting about things, and it is glorious. I haven't finished that series yet either. Fair enough. The ad went away. Okay. What? Oh, that's not the right one. Where, there it is. Nope, there it is. Okay. I really like the cadence of To the Dryad, To the Speaking Cat, To the Pretty Witch, To the Handsome Bartender. That is great. I love that, like, especially, like, the Speaking Cat is very unique, and so he's just, like, going to, both, like, you know, potential romantic prospects, but just, like, interesting creatures and characters around. And so I'm already kind of with her, and, like, oh, that's actually kind of cute, you know? And I like that it kind of has a little bit of a tone of like, oh, okay, I followed him to this and that, but at the end of the day, like, she's not dragging her feet, she's actually enjoying it, and that's super cute. And then the last paragraph is great, that she's like, yeah, I don't know, like, I'm dipping my toe into polyamory, I guess, and it's like, I thought I'd feel jealous, but actually I'm happy about it. And you know, I feel like there's kind of different layers to it. Like one side is like she's dipping her toe into polyamory and actually realizes, wait a second, I'm kind of cool with this. Like I actually don't mind, you know, the idea of him getting another girlfriend or boyfriend, and like I thought I would mind, but I don't mind. But there's also kind of an element of like, what was I gonna say? I had it when I was reading it. I don't, this wasn't what I was thinking, but it's what I'm thinking about now. That I feel like jealousy is kind of a thing that you see a lot in like, I mean, I only really watch Love is Blind, but I've seen it in, I was going to say, you see a lot in reality shows, and it's like, you watch one whole reality show. But I've seen it in Love is Blind, where people get jealous about, like, the slightest thing. And so it's really cool to see someone be not at all jealous about even things that, like, other folks should be jealous about. And I guess, like, it could be just something about, like, oh, like, his charismaticness should be reserved for me, you know, even if these aren't potential romantic partners. And so it's really nice that she's like, I like just seeing him be himself and be charismatic to other people. Like, that actually makes me happy. I think that's really cute and fun. And I really like that last line of she felt included. That's a great thing, that it like, it's not just I feel love for him, you know, or I'm happy seeing him happy. It's like another element of, yeah, like just seeing him charm everyone around us. I feel like I'm a part of this, that he's including me. And I don't feel included a lot, you know. And so I think that's a really neat emotion to end the piece on. I think that's really cool. I should have asked this at the beginning, but I'm curious what you guys think in terms of the prompt use. I'm a bit torn myself, because on the one hand, I think it works well that it's like, hey, he's the beast, and she finds him beautiful. It's more of an inner beauty of like, he's charismatic and stuff, and so she's like enjoying seeing him be charismatic, and like she finds him beautiful, and that's super cute, and I like that a lot. On the other hand, like, there isn't a lot of focus on beauty specifically, and you do kind of have to dig a little bit to get to, like, okay, I see the beast, but what's the beauty, you know? And you may not even see the beast part, because he's, like, a nice and fun dragon. So I'm curious, especially if you don't know the universe, if you were like, yeah, I totally got it, that, like, he's a beast because he's a dragon, but he's beautiful, and he's charismatic, and stuff like that. And do I hear it, Kitty?
I hear Kitty.
Or were you lost for where the prompt was? I also, an overall thing to say is that I think Zhur's personality comes through so well here in a way that I don't know if I've really seen his personality before. That I think the closest I've seen to this is when he was really nice with those kids. That I have seen his, you know, more negative sides, I think, more than his positive sides, and so it's really nice to see, like, yeah, you know, I see what she sees in him with this story, for sure. Kitty, why'd you go back to the door? You are silly. I should also write a dork story, not gonna lie. Amazing. Well, it was used in an anthropology book written about the Tupi people in 1943, and further coined in New York City in a poly community to create a word that was the opposite of jealousy. Oh. To be honest, I could not feel conversion. I'm very much monogamous. I basically said phenomenon. Enlighten us about dragons, Mr. Dragon. That is so cool. I did not see that in my searching. That's super cool that they're just looking for the opposite of jealousy. Especially cool considering that The story talks about that specifically. Drago, girlfriend thing. I imagine they started talking about her attractions and different issues with her sexualities and curiosities. I mean, he was like, well, you should try it! Amazing. I love that it's just like, yeah, I don't know, like, I think I kind of like girls, but I feel weird about it. And it's like, well, get out there and do it! You know? Explore! Romantic prospect. Oh yeah, I think partner would be a better word. To be honest, I wouldn't use monogamy and polyamory directly as it kind of doesn't fit for the characters, as dragons don't really care, and Yara was raised in a culture of there doesn't exist any other type of relationship than men and women. Gotcha. It ties also to their conversation being basically humans are mono. Humans are the disease mono. Well, not all humans. Like, not all dragons are poly. Who, of course, he is the best and handsome. Oh, I see. Yeah, so if there was, like, I can totally understand not wanting to use those specific words and stuff, though that does call into question why they're using the words girlfriend and boyfriend. Yeah, if there was some way to get in there of like, hey, not all dragons want to be with multiple dragons, you know? And that is an interesting thing of like, because I think it's pretty rare in the animal kingdom. Monogamy is pretty rare in the animal kingdom, so that does make sense that like dragons default might not be monogamy. That would be, it would be really interesting to see the story of that conversation too, of just like dragons being like, humans only like pick one? What? And monogamy is the weird thing in the dragon world. So yeah, that totally makes sense. So I don't know exactly how you could do it, and that's probably why it wasn't in here, is because it's hard to figure out how to do that. But if you could find some way of being like, I guess you could just simply say like, besides, not all dragons want to have multiple partners. I guess that could warrant like need more explanation, but you solve one problem, then another problem crops up. I guess you could say it as, besides, not all dragons like having multiple partners like me, you know, or something like that. I also need to write something with dryads. So fun fact, seeing one in a city would be very rare because they are connected to the trees. Yeah, I didn't think of that. That's a really good point. Makes sense. So he would actually be like, oh my gosh, what are you doing here? Tell me everything. That's fair. Not really something you could tell in that story, but I enjoy that Easter egg for myself. What, the mono virus thing, or the all like the default state of dragons is poly. But a very fun story, Drago. Oh, the dryad thing, gotcha, fair. And also, I know Desed helps with the grammar. I did not see it before he helped, but thank you, Desed, for helping out with the grammar. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate. Last of my bits, headed out to work on the only day I'm scheduled for this weekend. Gotcha. Have a good time. As far as I know, we have 2 stories unlocked right now, so if you'd like to unlock more, then please cheer during the reading of the story and the praise and critique of it.
Right, kitty cutes?
Alright. Fox in the Hen House by Stardust Fair. 348 words. There's a hunger that reaches out from the depths of my consciousness, scraping at the ends of my mind, crying out to be satiated. Bugs and grain seeds do not quell the screaming. They only serve to make it worse. My parents tell me that it's natural to be a little hungry, but that the farmer provides the food that all of us need. They pet my fur coat with their scratchy feathers, chiding me to be still as my stomach yearns for more. Chunks of fur fall off, and their feathers scratch at my ribs. I feel like I am dying. They hide me away in the back of the coop whenever the farmer comes to collect the eggs and bring the grains. My parents tell me that it's better this way, to stay in my little hole I dug underneath the coop. My paws, with toes and pads, are so different from their clawed feet as I continue to dig my little hole deeper, shrinking further and further down into the group every time the farmer comes into the room. I'm desperate for release. Today, I run past my bolt hole when the farmer comes with the food. I keep running, into the woods and through metal strings tied to poles like the ones around our coop. I run until I happen upon the mangled body of another chicken. A creature who looks like me has a red stain on his mouth. He looks healthy, whole, full coat, eyes that aren't cloudy. I look between him and the body of the chicken on the ground. The eyes of my family flash before my eyes, briefly, before the hunger takes over. I cautiously approach the creature. He looks at me with pity and leads me towards a coop with redwood instead of brown wood like mine. I hear the familiar clucking and cooing as I stand outside the door. I am overcome with hunger. It claws at my throat as the world around me fades. Screams, cries, shrieks, feathers, red. My hunger is finally satiated. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Don't believe that there are notes on this story. This was a thinker. This is a really fascinating story that really stuck with me, even after I read it. That I've been doing a lot of thinking about. That it's a lot about the end, so we'll get to it at the end. But let's begin. So first of all, fantastic title. I've said before that it's really nice. I mean, yeah, okay. It's really nice when the title gives you helpful information and it doesn't just title the story, but also gives you a little extra information. And I do tend to say it shouldn't be information that we need, but it's good just to have for that to give us a little tidbit. And granted, I think this is kind of in the middle. You could get that this is a fox without the title, but the title immediately makes it go, okay, so, once you realize that the main character is an animal, then you can assume that they're a fox, and that the parents and stuff are chickens in the hen house. And so I think the title is really, really helpful. And it's cool because it's an idiom, and so you're you pretty much wrote a story about the idiom, and what would that be like if a fox was raised by chickens? And I think that's really cool and interesting. I guess that does immediately lead us into my biggest question of the piece, which is, why did the chickens raise a fox? It was nice of them to raise a fox, and stuff, but I don't really understand why they would, because if they found a fox pup that's dying and stuff, that absolutely sucks, and maybe they really are just super kind chickens who took pity on them, and stuff, but it kind of feels like it would be in the chicken's best interest to let the fox pup die, or if they wanted the fox to live, try their best to nudge it to the woods, or I was gonna say find another fox, but that is not in their best interest, but if they can find some way to nudge it towards its own kind, that would probably be the better play if they want to keep it alive. But it is not in their best interest to keep it alive, and so I don't know exactly why they would be doing it. But regardless, it's really interesting that chickens decided to raise a fox, and it would be a very interesting prequel to read about. The beginning is great. It's very dramatic and interesting and pulls you in. It totally could be this is totally the start of some cosmic entity, and a story about a cosmic entity. And so I do think, and a fox in the hen house could be a metaphor or something, the eldritch entity, on Earth or whatever, or in the stars. just the Eldritch Entity being in the universe. It's them being a fox in the henhouse. And so I do think it's very interesting that the language is so grand around, you know, this little fox. I think that's really interesting. And you do say satiated, not sated, but I cannot help but think of Elden Ring and feed me more death. I am not sated. Totally feels like that kind of way of talking and, you know, that kind of hunger and stuff. I am curious, you know, especially if you did not catch that, like, oh, the title's literal, this is a fox. If you were like, bugs and grain seeds? Why are we talking about bugs and grain seeds? What's going on? I'm curious why the bugs and grain seeds make it worse, because, like, they, obviously a fox, you know, is probably not going to survive on bugs and grain seeds, or maybe it could survive on bugs, but needs to be a lot of bugs. And so, like, you know, yeah, that's not gonna be enough to satiate a fox. However, I feel like it would do something, you know, it wouldn't be nothing, it would be something to put into your belly. And so I'm curious why it would make the hunger worse. Like, my guess is that it's just like it makes me realize how hungry I am, that getting this little bit of food just makes me long for actual good food more, you know, maybe. I'm not sure. And it's very sad that, like, the parents are like, well, yeah, it's natural to be hungry, but, you know, the farmer provides everything we need. And it's like, not everything a fox needs, my man. I'm curious why the feathers are described as scratchy, because feathers are nice and soft. Like, sure, the pointy end can be scratchy, but that's not the part that, like, sticks out that they'd be petting with. The part they'd be petting with would be nice and soft. You know, even if, like, your poor coat is, like, falling out and stuff, like, on your skin, I presume it would still feel nice and gentle. And so I'm curious about that. And I do think it definitely adds to, like, the horror and tragedy of it, that, like, the specificity of chunks of fur falling off and the ribs showing and stuff. And I think that's a great way of, like, you could directly say my ribs show, but you actually use something more dynamic to show that, of, like, their feathers scratch at my ribs. Here's this action that was already started. Let's use that action to convey something physical about our character. I think that works very well. And again, adds to the tragedy that the fox straight up is just like, I feel like I'm dying, and it's like, you probably are, poor little guy, you know? And I do think it's a really interesting image of, you know, the fox hiding when the farmer comes, because, yeah, of course, the fox is going to be like, I don't want a fox, or the farmer's going to be like, I don't want a fox in my chicken coop, this is bad. And again, like, it implies that the chickens know, you know, at least some of what they're doing here. But I do like that image of, you know, fox hiding in the little hole that they dug and stuff. And I do like this bit about, like, like, my paws are so different from their clawed feet. Like, what does that mean? And makes sense that the fox would keep digging further and deeper and deeper. I feel like there's some awkwardness in saying, like, digging my little hole deeper, shrinking further and further down into the group. The deeper you dig your hole, the further away from the group you are. Like, I totally get, like, fading into the crowd of chickens as the farmer comes, but if you're digging your hole deeper, you're gonna get further away from the chicken coop the more that you dig. And then I like the action of that and how that leads into, like, okay, I stay in my little hole, I'm digging my hole deeper and deeper, and at some point, like, I'm gonna dig it deep enough to just, like, go, you know? And so I like that a lot, and I like the description of like, you know, the fences and stuff like that. So I do like the, you know, I happen upon the mangled body of another chicken, and the fact that they see the chicken first before they even see the other fox. There's I don't know if it's just me, but there's a slight critique I have for the fact that this is the first time you use the word chicken in the story. Because at least to me, it very much reads like the fox doesn't know what chickens are. And especially with this line of like, my paws of toes and pads are so different from their clawed feet. That to me reads as like, these are my parents. We're supposed to be the same creature, but my feet look different from your feet. What's up with that? And so it kind of reads like, I don't know what you're called. I don't know what I'm called. I know we're supposed to be the same creature, but it doesn't seem like we are. And so I'm presuming that the fox did know the word chicken and did know what chickens were. However, it ends up reading like, they come across a chicken's body for the first time and they're like, oh, I know what my parents are. They're chickens. And it's like, how'd you know that, bud? If you were never taught before. So I think some way of slotting the word chicken in there in the beginning, I think would help with that. But the thing I do like about that is that it is like, these are my parents. Like, they aren't chickens. They are my parents, my family, my friends. And so I do like that it's like, this is just a chicken. This is just an animal, a body. This is not my family, you know? So I do think that aspect of using it for the first time there kind of works. I like the, that we see the chicken first and then we kind of pan up to the fox and that we see the red stain, you know, beautifully poetic way of describing that it's not like, you know, I don't know, that it's not even like connecting it quite yet. It's not like saying, oh, the chicken's blood is on its mouth. It's like, there's a dead chicken. There's a fox. There's a red stain on its mouth. Does that mean there's a connection here? And that kind of makes sense. That, like, you know, to the fox, these are mom and dad and friends and family. And so, you know, they're not chicken. They're not food. They're not something to eat. And so it makes sense that it would take a second to go like, I like the description of the fox and how simple it is, but there's the beauty there that it's like, he's beautiful because he's beastly, you know, he's beautiful because he's killing the chickens, and he's able to be healthy. So I don't know like what starvation does to foxes or like, you know, the whole process in general. And I could have looked it up, but I don't want to. I don't want to look up that process. But the eyes being cloudy surprised me. And like, granted, maybe you researched it and that is exactly a side effect of starvation. But, I don't know exactly why the eyes would go cloudy. But more importantly for this story is that if the fox can't see right, that should have been described. Because presumably, like, the only way that the fox would know that their eyes are cloudy are either if they seem cloudy, you know, if they're the way that they see, there's clouds in their sight. Or if the fox can look in the mirror and recognize itself. And neither have been made clear to us. And so I do think that, you know, around the time that you're describing the feathers on the ribs and the fur falling off and stuff, I think around there describing, like, you know, I look at them through cloudy eyes, you know, through the fog in my eyes, I think would be helpful. Because, yeah, that would be a very key factor of their existence, even more than, like, the fur falling off and stuff. Also, I guess that's another reason why that question comes up of, like, why are chickens raising a fox? Because they seem in some way smart, because they're smart enough to know, the farmer shouldn't know that the fox is here. We need to hide the fox. But like they're not smart enough to know that their fox child is dying. You know, like maybe they haven't seen other foxes before, but presumably they could see the cloudy eyes and the fur falling out, and it would be like, this is a problem. You know, this is bad. We need to let our fox child go. You know, kind of thing. And I do like that the fox at least thinks about their family first, and makes sense that the hunger would take over. There is an element though that's like the hunger takes over reads like reads like he dove for the chicken body and was like chomping it and you know, that kind of thing. And so the hunger takes over. I cautiously approach the creature. Are very different vibes. I like that the other fox has pity on this fox, that it's not like, rival fox, you know, get away, or I kill you now. Nor is it just like, okay, bud, bye. You know, just like, all right, not my circus, not my monkeys, bye. But rather it's like, oh no, you poor thing, you have not been eating right, so like, let's get you some food. So I think that's nice. I'm curious if there's any significance to the redwood versus the brownwood besides like making it abundantly clear this is not mom and dad's coop, this is a different coop. I'm also curious here if screams, cries, and shrieks, especially the screams and cries, are very human words, and so I'm curious if that was intentional or not. So, because what I first thought is that there were humans in there. You know, that there's like a farmer or a farmer's daughter or something in there who shrieks when the fox comes in. But you also could have been humanizing the chickens, which could also work in its own way. But if it was just meant to be like, these are chicken sounds, I feel like using a little more animalistic words there would have worked a bit better for me than screams and cries. And then, of course, the ending mirrors the beginning, which works quite well. Hi, kitty cat. And so it's really interesting to me because my first, like, my initial thought after reading the story was, and I was like, even then I was like, I know this might be just me wanting there to be some positivity at the end and less violence and stuff like that. But I think it could have been a really interesting and potentially deeper use of the prompt to have, we have the other fox, not our main character, who is beautiful because they're acting beastly. Like, they physically have a full coat and feel well because they are acting beastly by eating the chickens. And so I think it would be interesting if this fox chose not to kill the chickens, and that is a different kind of beastly beauty, that it's like, that it would be, you're beautiful on the inside for choosing not to kill chickens like your family, but this is beastly because it's destroying you. You know, that your own beauty, your own, you know, desire not to kill the chickens is beastly. I feel like that could have been a really interesting take on the prompt. Not to say that this isn't already an interesting take on the prompt. It totally is. But I think that could have taken it to another level. And I think it's just really interesting to think about because, like, on the one hand, I was saying, like, oh, I'm looking for more positivity and stuff at the end, but I thought about it more and it's like, well, it's positive only for the chickens. Because poor fox would still be dying and potentially just keel over, you know, if that's the case. And, like, you know, granted, I'm sure that there are other animals in the woods, and I guess that might be part of why I immediately have that knee-jerk reaction of like, oh, I didn't want him to kill the chickens. Is I think partially because it's like, well, like, did we say that there was a woods? Yeah, like into the woods. So like there's plenty of creatures to eat that aren't like your family, you know? And so I guess that's part of why I had that reaction. But I don't know, it's interesting that it's like I was wanting him not to, but that would be really horrifying in terms of the fox as well. So like either way, there's some kind of like terrible, horrifying thing happening, whether he chooses to kill them or not to kill them. And I feel like it's also interesting to think of, like, how would we as the audience react if it was his own coop? Because on the one hand, it makes him a lot, you know, more likable and less villainous that he specifically doesn't kill the chickens in his own coop, doesn't kill his parents, and stuff like that. But there's also kind of this element of, like, these are chickens. Those are my parents. And it's like, I don't, like, that's not quite right, my dude, you know? And so, like, there's a level of kindness and, like, a level of good stuff in, like, seeing the parents as, like, no, these are my parents, I don't want to kill them. But on the other hand, it's like, if chickens are food, then, like, then like I don't know, it's kind of I guess you can't have your cake and eat it too kind of thing, where it's like if you think chickens are food, then it's a little weird for you to go out and kill, you know, your parents' second cousins over here and then be like, oh, I would never eat anybody from my coop, you know, kind of thing. I don't know how to describe that. Let's see what folks have been saying. Kung Fu Fox had a darker ending than I remembered. Hello, Stardust. This is an ode to the school that I might get hired at. Their mascot is a little fox, and it's a high school that is a haven for kids who failed out of comprehensive high school. Oh, that is interesting. Very cool. That reminded me of another question I had, which is, how old is the fox? Because it's very eloquent in, like, the way it describes things, and so it seems like an adult. But I also don't know how a fox would survive into adulthood just on grains and bugs and not enough of it. But then again, maybe that's exactly why his eyes are cloudy and his fur is falling out, because it's like, no, it's real bad. You know, it's like he's living, but barely. Kind of thing. I just see Trey go, Auntie, here we are, very off topic. I see a cute little pumpkin dude. I don't know what that cute little pumpkin dude's about, but I like his vibes. I think we're talking about dryads and stuff. Yes, I was thinking, so Draga says, to be honest, the Lessie is more like a forest god and is kind of just a dude. I do enjoy the Witcher version of Deerhead. It's such a cool design. That is probably my favorite, monster that you fight in The Witcher. I love the design. I did not know the folklore around it. It's very cool. To be honest, most of Slavic folklore would be like, humans, but weird. What if it was like a human, but a little bit weird, though? They can change into animals. So Wolf said, I thought they were more shapeshifty. And then Drago goes, I mean, yes, he could change into animals, but like most gods can do that, he ain't special. Every god down the street can change into an animal. Wolf, okay, so that guy's just a dude. What Polish folklore figure or creature do you think doesn't get enough love? The red stain is berries. It's jam. I mean, I didn't mean he was literally just a dude. That is a forest spirit with powers, and it's such a cool vibe, but I think it's kind of funny that I see Leshy in random places now. Like, I feel like it got popular because of A, The Witcher, and having an easy name for English speakers. I'm assuming that means there are plenty of like Polish creatures who have like long Polish names that English speakers can't pronounce. Let's see, and Baba Yaga are basically the only ones I ever see mentioned in Western media. Oh, there's a Leshy and Cult of the Lamb. Interesting. Pathfinder Leshies are unrecognizable to the mythological origins. Yes, that is... the little pumpkin dude is very unlike the pictures that Drago posted. But I love him. Yeah, bleeding the part plant. But yes, I feel like people just took Leshy as a weird word for nature/forest connected creatures. Yeah, it could be. And true, Laz, forest, Leslie, foresty, and Leslie is a word derived from Laz. Gotcha. And again, I'm not going to pronounce it right, but in my opinion, Polodnika would be cool to explore. Called Lady Midday in English, apparently. And that's pretty easy to pronounce. And she is simply a heat stroke explanation. I feel like that's a lot of the times what folklore is about, though, that it's like this weird thing happens sometimes, and it's like maybe a creature does it, you know? That it's like, sometimes people wake up from being asleep, but then they can't move. What do you think that is? I think it's a creature that sits on their chest, you know? Especially because they sometimes see creatures. We have similar cloth Stardust, I assume, about the school stuff. Stardust Fox is a teenager, actually. The high school has kids who struggle very much in school, or like kids who've been to juvie. Interesting. So the fox is like a comparison to a kid at the school. That's especially interesting. I thought it was just like the mascot inspiration. Ghoulish. So they also teach kids who had to leave regular high school. Well, it sounds like you guys are doing good work. Podnika. Interesting.
Hi, Kitty. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you guys should chat. Okie dokie. Thank you to everyone who cheered. But it looks like it is now time to announce the prompt for next week. Where is it? Oh, I'm in the wrong place. There we go. Okay. Alright. In third place, with 4 votes, we have a tie between What Have I Done and If I Only Had More Words. In second place, with 5 votes, we have a 3-way tie. That is A Night at the Opera, Problem Child, and Beach Episode. I got all messed up. I thought the other 5 one was lower. A Night at the Opera, Problem Child, and Beach Episode. But our winner, with 6 votes, is You Never Turn Back. That said, would you like to tell the chat your story about how you came up with this prompt, or would you be willing to allow me to read the story of where you came up with this prompt? Here, let me see if I can show you Kitty. Well,
Alright. There she is. Just mowing.
Looking up from the sea of fluff that is herself.
Uh-huh. There's a girly. Yep.
He's so cute.
You're such a cute. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I was looking at the other chat, but he said, go ahead. Okay. I will read you the story that Justin sent. Okay. So, at some point between it being published in 1996 and my graduating middle school, the teacher read at least the first chapter of Belle Pratter's Boy by Ruth White, where the point of view character's aunt, mother of the eponymous main character, wakes up one morning and vanishes without a trace. And it quotes this poem by the 13th century Persian poet Rumi. The breeze at dawn has secrets to tell you. Don't go back to sleep. You must ask for what you really want. Don't go back to sleep. People are going back and forth across the doorsill, where the two worlds touch. The door is round and open. Don't go back to sleep. This part stuck with me. The book itself, I had to search for like an hour because I'd forgotten everything but this poem and the conversation around it. It gave me the impression of someone beginning a journey from which there is no return. And so that slowly morphed into "you never turn back" as an ambiguous phrase culled from my memories of this. A warning, a command, an instruction, perhaps even a wanted goal. Something that would cover the metaphorical and perhaps physical transformation of the protagonist going from one place to the other, knowing there is no going back. I used it in a short story many, many years ago that I'd want to write again if I'd ever share it, as it's an artifact of much earlier time, where the phrase was a warning, a goal, a description, and a wanted outcome of the main character who reunites with a loved one who's gone into a magic world from which there is no return to mundane life, and slowly changes as the journey continues. That's why this phrasing stuck with me, is how malleable it is, ominous but not needfully so, fairy tale-like but also potentially very grounded. Having said all that, "don't go back to sleep" is probably the prompt that I should have pulled from that poem, that memory, but it wasn't. And as I actually said myself, I'm kind of happy that you picked "you never turn back" rather than "don't go back to sleep." Now, I think "don't go back to sleep" is a great prompt and worthy to submit that as well. But for me, I'm not really a horror person, and so "don't go back to sleep" is like a very horror-y prompt. And so I think it has a lot less applicability to many different situations, but I think part of what makes this prompt shine, pretty much as you said, is just how many ways that it can be said and situations it can be applied to. So it can be kind of a warning, like it makes me think of Sarah in the Old Testament, like "don't turn around or you turn into a pillar of salt," never turn back. It could be very literal in that sense of like not just like "don't turn back on your journey, don't go back the other direction," but it could be literally "don't turn around." I think I don't know if I've read it, but I think there's like a comic series or something called like "It Follows," and I think in that I could be remembering things wrong, but I think that there is like a creature in that is kind of like the opposite of a weeping angel, where you need to not look at it. Like it's behind you, it's following you, but you can't look at it. And so it works for that kind of idea too, that there is a creature behind you and you cannot turn around and look at it or you're dead, But of course it can also be the other things I said of "don't turn back on your journey." It could be a very practical thing of like, hey, if we turn around at this point in the road trip, then we won't, be able to make it to our destination in time. And so, yeah, it can be a practical thing of don't turn around, like that's gonna cause like timing or destination problems, or just like, you're never gonna get where you need to go if you turn around. It can kind of be an empowering thing of like, no, don't look back, like be confident in the journey that you're taking, you never turn back, kind of thing. That, yeah, it could be kind of an inspirational warning sort of thing, of be confident in your decisions and the path that you're walking in life, and don't turn around. And then it could be just an observation of like, hey, maybe there is a character like this who just seems to always be confident in their journey and never turning around, and someone might remark to them, hey, I've noticed you never turn back. You know, why is that? Or what's your secret sauce? How do you do that? Kind of thing. And, and it could also be, as Jess had said, like it could be like a mantra, something you yourself want, that you're like telling yourself, never turn back. And I think that fits more in that inspirational sense of like, hey, you know, be confident in yourself, never turn back, kind of thing. You could do something like kind of silly and literal about it, of like, you can never return your items, you know, no returns, no exchanges, never turn back, kind of thing. It could be about somebody going to a place and being like, I'm never going back there again, you know, I'm never turning around coming back into this movie theater again, it sucked, kind of thing. It could be, you know, as someone who has transformation as like the key thing in my story, turn back could mean like you never can turn back into what you used to be, you know, the creature that you used to be. Someone can be cursed and you will never turn back, sort of thing. Could work for a sequel for the Princess Dragon story Decoy wrote of like, hey, can we make you a princess again? Nope, can never turn back. And I think this is interesting because sometimes with prompts like these, it can be kind of limited based on like the perspective that it's set in, because there can be prompts that are kind of in first person, like of course I'm blanking on them, but that could like restrict what you can do with it, because it's like, oh, like the main character has to be the one to do it, or I need to say it directly in the piece. And I think this is interesting because it doesn't have as much of that problem, because you could be someone talking to themselves. You know, you can be, I've noticed you never turn back. It could be like, you, the general you, nobody should ever turn back. And it can be like, hey, you, me, never turn back, kind of thing. And I do think in general, like, both turn and back are kind of like ambiguous, and so there's a lot to play with there. Of like I said, like turn can be the literal act of turning around. It can mean turning and walking the other direction. It can mean transformation, kind of turn and change. And back also can mean like, you know, again, straight back, like turn your back around. It can mean back whence you came from. It can be like never look at the past. Back can just be like a time thing rather than a place kind of thing. It can be about a specific thing where it's like, I used to be at this job and now I'm at this job and I never look back at my old job. I look at the past plenty, but not this specific part of my past, you know, kind of thing. So I think there's a lot that you can do with that. It Follows as a movie. Oh, gotcha. I might have had the wrong thing then. Orpheus, yeah, you could totally do that. If I recall, that's the Greek myth about like how Hades is like, okay, you can get your lover back from the underworld, but here's the thing. You gotta, you know, walk out of the underworld and never turn around. Don't turn back. Because if you turn back, she's gone forever. And of course, he does. So yeah, totally.
Oh, it's a kitty.
I think Wolf is mentioning that It Follows movie too. You can turn around, but you can't let it catch you. Gotcha. There's an old gospel song used by civil rights movements in the 60s, Ain't Gonna Let Nobody Turn Me Round. Oh, yeah, that's a great point. It can be about ideals that, like, I never turn around from this idea. Like, keep fighting what you're fighting for and never back down or never, you know, believe something else kind of thing. That could totally work. What about somebody coming back to life? Do you mean like I feel like that could go either way because it could either be like you could never turn back, you could never raise the dead. You can once you're dead, you can never turn back to being alive. It also could be another thing of like once you do the act of raising the dead, you can never turn back. You know, definitely what happens in Full Metal Alchemist. And then I guess it could also be like, you know, once the person is alive, you know, you can never turn back, you know, that there's some kind of turning back that could ruin everything that you've done to bring them back to life. But yes, good stuff. Good prompt. So I'm going to try and talk about something. This is the thing that I mentioned at the beginning of the stream that I was like, I'm not sure if I'm going to talk about it or not. I got permission to talk about it. I have not practiced any of this. This is usually the kind of thing that I either write down or practice. I guess I can read what I sent to other folks. Let's just do that. Let's just read what I already drafted. So, a couple weeks ago, I noticed a problem. Almost everyone on a certain week got 0 or 1 reviews. Then one person got 8 reviews. I find this unacceptable. I've been looking at the numbers for several weeks back. I can show you if you want. And while that week was an outlier in just how many reviews that one person got, it seems like often some people get a little more, so others can get 1 or none. This week, 2 people got 5 reviews and 1 4, so almost everyone else could get 0 and 1. One person getting 3 or 4 reviews might not look like much, but it means a lot for people who get 0. While I'm aware a large part of the problem is that our group is small and people just don't review in general, I would still like to do something to mitigate this. I would like to do my best to try to get everyone to have at least 1 review, better yet if as many people as possible can have 2. I would much rather see everyone having 1 or 2 reviews than see 4 people having 0 and 1 person having 5. So I would like to propose a new restriction. If a story has 0 to 1 reviews, your review will count in full, as it always has. If a story already has 2 to 3 reviews, your review will count as half a review. This means that you could review 1 person who has 0 to 1 reviews and 2 people who have 2 to 3 to fulfill the requirement. Or you could review 4 people who have 2 to 3 reviews. If a story has 4 or more reviews, your review will not count towards your eligibility at all. I assure you, every single week there are multiple people with 0 to 1 reviews after the deadline. So unless this strategy is super effective, you will always be able to still just do your normal 2 reviews without having to do extra, as long as you review people who don't have any reviews and or you get to your reviewing early. And then this is a discussion right now. This is not something I am for sure implementing. This is just an idea right now. So my only fear with this is that implementing this new restriction might discourage people from reviewing in general. I already do have to remind people. But I hope people would understand that and stand by the reasons that I'm doing this and simply switch gears to really checking for those 0 reviews received, 1 review received tags. Which, by the way, that's why I created those tags in the first place. They just haven't been effective. And so I probably should have started with that. But that is kind of where all this started. That I created those tags of 0 reviews received and 1 reviews received because I was like, I'm noticing a lot of folks are getting 0 and 1. And I don't like seeing that, you know? I know we are a small group and there probably will always be at least a couple people who get the short end of the stick. However, like I said in that message there, I feel like, at least for me, an even spread of like as many people as possible are getting 1 and 2. To me, that feels a lot more fair than 1 person getting 5 or more. or, you know, 4 or more, and like a bunch of other people having not just 2, not just 1, but none at all. And so, um, and so, like, I tried a much more, like, gentle way of, bringing that up. That just having those tags of, like, hey, FYI, this person didn't get any reviews. And it didn't work. And so, like, I don't feel like, you know, it was brought up in the discussion of it that, that like incentivizing people to do more reviews might be better. And please do tell me if like being incentivized to do more reviews actually would, if you think it would for you, fix this issue. But for me, I just feel like it would cause the problem even more. That it's like if we incentivize people to do more than their 2 reviews, then easily, like, now those people are getting 4 and 3 and 5 instead of everybody getting 1 and 2. You know, and so that's why I'm going into this mindset of a restriction, instead of, hey, like, yeah, like, let's restrict, what reviewing people who have done, or who already have some love, how do I explain this? Let's do a restriction of like, hey, this person already has some love. This person has 0. So, like, why don't we head over to the person who has 0? I feel like just encouraging people, hey, review more. Review people have 0. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. And so, I know that, like, putting a restriction on it feels harsh, especially because, like, that's a big new thing that we would be doing. But so far I haven't seen any worthy answers as to why, as to anything else that would actually really incentivize people to do this. And like, to be honest, I think part of what causes this problem is that people just review the top 2. That whoever's on top, people just review them. That they don't look for the 0 reviews received tag. They don't look through the stories and titles. Like, I'm sure some people do, and props to the people who do. But I think a lot of people just review those top 2. And so I just feel like incentivizing people to do more reviews would just kind of, get, like the top 4 instead of like actually having people look for those who have 0, you know? And so that's why my mind is going to a restriction. And so feel free, if you don't like this idea, feel free to suggest other things that I could do that you think would help mitigate this problem. But so far, the suggestions that have been given to me, I haven't looked at the chat yet, but the suggestions that have been given to me so far aren't appealing to me. They just don't feel like they would address what I'm wanting to address here. Yes, the first and second review will count on all stories. I don't know what that's replying to, but yes. Let's see. So the first and second people who review someone who winds up with like 4 or 5 reviews count. Yes. So that's exactly how it would be. Yeah, how it would be. That it's like, yep, 1 and 2 always counts. You're good. Okay, your review is 3 or 4. Now you're half points. Okay, you're after 4. Now, like, that doesn't count towards your eligibility. You can absolutely still review people who already have 4. It would just be kind of like, I really like this story and I want to review it. Or, they're my friend and I want to give them some love. But not like for your eligibility, if that makes sense. Someone might review early and not check as reviews build up, thus wind up disqualified. I'm not quite sure what you mean, unless that's what you're talking about in your question. This is like, I don't know if this is a negative, a positive, or a neutral, but the other thing that this would do is, yes, it would incentivize people to review early, And I guess that now that I'm thinking about that, that could create a problem in the fact that it's like, now there's even more people who have 0 because they posted late, you know, because everybody is like trying to be the first to review a story. And so the people who posted late aren't getting any, which is what already happens, is that the later you post, you tend to get, well, I don't know, it's gonna say you tend to get late, but then again, if you post near Friday morning, people scrambling to do their reviews will tend to do you. So yeah, there is that. Oh, and I know that Wolf is not a fan of this idea. We have discussed that. Yeah, exactly. So Ghoulish says, besides, there's backup readings which can compensate for lack of reviews. Does said, counterpoint, not everyone can make it to the backup readings though, while everyone can catch the VODs. Yep, exactly. Like, and especially as someone who can't make it to the backup readings, like, to me, that, at least for my stories, that doesn't fix the issue. Though I can totally understand that for some, if not a lot of people, it's like, oh, I'm good, because, like, we got a long discussion in backups and stuff like that. Yeah, regardless of how many they receive later. Yeah, exactly. Great point. That Death's Head usually has 3 or 4 stories on Monday, and CM Willer is quick too, and Marks. So if, let's say, Death's Head posted 4, CM 5, Mark 6, so you already have 12 chances to get your 1 and 2 out, you know, right away, you know. And part of what made that a revelation to me is that, unfortunately, I've noticed that Death's Head is one of the people who gets hit by the 0 and 1 number a lot. And so, yeah, like, I was kind of thinking, like, like, people already tend to review early. But that implies they don't. Because if people did review early, your stories would get more reviews. So, yeah, that's something to think about. I put this away.
Hi, kitty cat. Meow. Yeah.
Well, I can't really make any judgments based on 3 folks in the chat. However, I do appreciate the discussion that we've had. And if you're somebody who's listening, but you're, like, too scared to say anything in the chat, you can feel free to DM me and say, like, oh, I'm really not a fan of that. Or, like, I thought you had a good thing going there. You know, whatever it is. So yeah, I don't know how to do a survey for this, but it feels like that would probably be the next step. I really, I'd love to do that, but I really can't. So Dustin says, I do think we might have to think about extending the review deadline an hour or 2 at least, since people will post on late Thursday. The thing is, I start going over the stories generally most weeks right when that deadline hits. And so, like, that would basically, and it's like, it would be, it's kind of helpful to have some people who were read last week so that it's less of a workload on me, that I'm not having to read, you know, all of the stories. I can just read the ones that were eligible. Well, that did their reviews. I'm checking for their eligibility. But the ones that seem to be eligible, and I have to do the final check. And so, like, it's very helpful to have, okay, here's our list, like, here's the people who got their reviews in. And so extending the deadline might make it so I just have to read every story every week. And granted, maybe I need to consider that more thoroughly and be like, hey, the burden it is on the people who have to review is a greater burden than the burden is on you to, like, read them all and have some of them not be eligible. But that is why the deadline is when it is. I know, I was thinking that too. Do I pause or not? Yes. So if there are multiple stories from one writer, the first review overall would count. Or no. The first review on every single story would count. So If Death's Head has 4 stories, if Tommy reviews one of them, Tommy's review counts. If Gina reviews the next one, her review counts. You know, like, if you're the first and second to review the story on any of those stories, you're good. Yes, I got some feedback from Stardust, by the way, and she thought that more write-in days would help. I also noticed that someone who participated got a whole rough draft written, but didn't wind up posting it. Oh, I was excited, and then I got sad. That's great to know. Thank you for bringing that up. That is a... I mean, I know the ad's coming, as far as I know, so I don't know if I should talk about it now, but we should talk about the write-in, too, and that's a good... that's a good segue. Meow. Oh, that's the 3D printer.
Oh, kitty cat. Hey, why don't you be the thing I'm showing off? Why don't Kitty be the thing I'm showing off? The real Kitty.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, what the jingle is, but it is the jingle that my dad set to be the ending jingle of his printer's like, hey, print's done. He set it up to jingle when the print's done. I think it's an actual jingle, but I don't remember what the jingle is. I presume if I would presume that if the reviews after 4 don't count for the, for, like, eligibility for the stream, then they probably also wouldn't count for, eligibility for, like, voting in the room where it happens. But, you know, this is a brainstorming session, so if you're like, here's a reason I hate that idea, you can say it. Yep. It's true. At the risk of sounding like I'm whining, at the moment, Antihero and I usually get fewer reviews than everyone else. I have the numbers to back this up. Yeah, I have not checked, like, the numbers specifically, but on a lot of weeks, Dessa and I have started kind of reviewing each other, but on a lot of weeks, Marks has been the only person who reviews me. Thank you, Marks. You are the best. And that is why I review Marks every week. And even with this new system, I hope that I would still have the time and incentive to, like, even if he has a bunch of reviews, still review him.
It's a meow meow, it's a kitty. You're 12. Meow.
It's a kitty. Mark says, I'm cool with this idea. That's good to know. And, like, you know, I would be interested to hear, like, feedback from the group at large if you're like, so, like, to be honest, I guess I'll just be honest about it, that, like, while part of this is just seeing the group in general getting a lot of 1s and 0s, it is discouraging to get a lot of 1s and 0s, and or, like, well, a lot of 0s it tends to be a lot of 0s until Mark shows up on my stories, and maybe that is, like, rude and arrogant and like asking for too much to, like, want at least 1 review on all my stories, but I'll be honest that is what I want. I want to hear what people thought of all my stories, and I presume Death's Head is the same way. And to me, it's like anybody who has like Bookworm and higher tier can post 2 stories, and then if you want to, you can post more. And so I, again, maybe I can't speak properly because I'm in the category, but I don't feel like it's our fault that people aren't writing more. Because Darlene posted two stories this week. I feel like she deserves reviews on both of her stories for this week, and I don't feel like it's just she posted one, so as long as she has reviews on one, you're good to go. It's like, no, she wrote multiple stories. She wants feedback on multiple stories, so let's get her that feedback on multiple stories. I am not going to respond to that because that's going to make me mad. I'm honestly already getting mad. I would like to hear more thoughts from more people, and if more people agree with Wolf, then I can suck that up, hopefully. But Wolf has been my main naysayer right now, and so I want to hear if there are other naysayers. If there are other folks, or if it is just one person who thinks this.
That's Kitty. That's Kitty Cat.
Yeah, people totally can review after the prompt is done. People don't, though. It really seems like the main incentive to review is eligibility. And so that's why I am wanting to make it a restriction on eligibility, because that's what causes people to review. Hey, review more people. Hey, this person got 0 reviews. Ain't really enough. But anyways, unless we have some more folks jumping in on the conversation than the 3 and myself that have already been talking, I think we should end that there. And I'll talk about the write-in, which is that if you don't know, on Tuesday I started a new, what will hopefully be a tradition, of doing a write-in, which is a weekly event in the server where we can jump on to voice chat and write together. That you can sit there and write your stories together, or you can discuss your drafts and stuff, and or just ask questions about your stories, brainstorm together, whatever you want to do. You can sit down and write together, and so I think that's going to be a new tradition. I think the start time was 6 on Tuesdays, and I think it went for a while. I'm going to do at least one more week of just doing it once a week, but there was talk of maybe it would be better to do multiple times a week, because one person created a rough draft but then needed a little more help before they posted it, potentially. And so getting a second write-in might have been that extra oomph that they needed to get the story finished and posted and stuff. So we might be doing more than one, but for now I'll start with one a week and see what you guys think. So feel free to drop in on that during the week. Please let me know who you would like to raid. But in the meantime, if you're not read here on stream, you're not out of luck, because Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. That happens in the writing group voice chat, the writing group chat, and the backup queue. It's first come first serve, so if you submit to your backup queue now, then you will you'll be early. So it's there's a lot more back and forth discussion in voice. You can submit your story to read it to everyone. You can have somebody else read it for you, or you can just hang out and lurk whatever you want. It's a good time. Or else we're gonna make you go back. Oh no, I got nothing for this one. I mean, we're gonna make you go back is a fair enough application, I think. Yeah, do feel free to post your spreadsheet, does that, in like the writing group chat or something. That'd be really interesting to know. No clue who to raid. Fair enough. Can somebody pop into the reading and writing tag and find who to raid? I haven't been looking at that. Thank you. Oh, and also thank you for your response, Drago. Sorry I didn't see that, and that's very fair. Thank you for doing that and looking for the 0 and 1s, and that is a fair perspective that it could feel like pressure. Right, and that would be during the day for me would be nice. I'm sorry, CM Weller, or not CM Weller, Drago. It was the time choice. I don't know if you saw the polls, but I did polls asking for what times people wanted, and they wanted those late times. So I don't know, like, I could do the second one earlier. The second writing could maybe be earlier so other people could join. You like that idea? That is a great typo. Okay. Alright. Read the person suggested by CM Weller, who's Hold My Pen prompt cast. Yeah, Euro writing, American writing, that could work. Invalid username? Why is it invalid username? What's wrong? There we go. Okay. I don't know what happened there. Alright. It's been a lovely stream. Thank you all so much for submitting, for participating, for chatting with me, listening to my jokes. And I look forward to seeing you next week, where hopefully you're confident in your writing decisions and you don't turn back. Goodbye.